Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 181. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Klein didn't hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality when he returned to his room. Instead, he expertly took out a candle infused with sandalwood and placed it in the middle of his desk. He then followed the steps for the ritual, lighting up the candle with his spirituality and scattering essences, extract, and herb powder, herb symbolizing good luck and mystery. He saw the flame alternate between being dull and bright as he took in the fragrance of peace and harmony. Klein took 2 steps back and looked at the candle on the table. He then shouted in the language of the giants, "I." After a pause, he switched to Hermes, "I summon in my name." The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. At that moment, the flickering flame fused itself with the harmonia sent to form an illusory vortex, a vortex that manically absorbed the spirituality. After Klein finished reciting the incantations, the vortex stabilized to become a palm-sized circle of greyish-white fog. After observing the fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise without hesitation. He returned to the world above the fog, and as he expected, he saw ripples of light spreading from his high-backed chair, accentuating the mysterious aura of the weird symbol, the pupilless eye and partially contorted lines on his chair. He took in a deep breath and calmed his soul down using cogitation before extending his hand toward the target. At that moment, he heard the incantations that he had just recited. He saw the surging spirituality and the rippling light fuse to form an illusory door. Compared to the previous time, the door was now completely formed and was etched full of mysterious patterns. The patterns were the same as the symbol on the back of the fool's chair, a symbol made up of the pupilless eye and the partially contorted lines. As he looked at the door, Klein focused his mind and willed the door open. Without warning, ripples formed in the eternally immutable greyish-white fog and the majestic palace, like a stone being cast in a peaceful pond. The ripple spread in the direction of the door of summoning. The sound of heavy scraping sound caused by friction could suddenly be heard. A slit appeared in the heavy, mysterious door. Beyond it, one could faintly see an immensely dark world, filled with countless indescribable, transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendor that harbored infinite knowledge. At that moment, Klein felt an unimaginable, irresistible attractive force coming from beyond the door. He couldn't help but get pulled towards it. Damn! Are you not giving me the choice? Just as he had that alarming thought, his body went through the slit and vanished into the darkness behind the door. The dizzying, maniacal roars gradually died down. Klein finally came to his senses. He saw a young man in front of him. The man was wearing an old shirt, had black hair, brown eyes, and average-looking facial features. The man had an average build, was a little skinny, but his frame seemed to hide considerable power. He also had the obvious demeanor of a scholar. Isn't that me? Klein wasn't a stranger to scenes like this. He encountered something like this every time he looked in the mirror. He nodded indiscernibly and surveyed his surroundings. He saw his bed with a white bedsheet draped over it. He saw his half-top hat, tuxedo, and black windbreaker hanging on his clothes rack. He saw a bookshelf with quite a number of books, his neat table that only had 1 candle on it. He saw the candle flame emitting a greyish-white glow. And now, he was floating in front of the palm-sized circle of greyish-white fog. So, have I really summoned myself? It feels a little like an out-of-body experience, but there's also something a little different. Klein looked at the physical body belonging to him, toward his blank, vacant eyes, and slipped into deep thought. But he could finally confirm one thing: it was only his soul, also known as his spirit body in mysticism, that headed to the world of fog. The exterior appearance was that of the astral projection. It's no wonder that I can directly see the astral projection surface of Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun, and confirm whether they were beyond us or not when I was in the world above the fog. I could also guess their sequence numbers. My physical body seems to be under some form of protection, perhaps from the power of the ritual, for me to stand with such stability and not lose my balance. It should be the same for Miss Justice and the others. Klein slowly got used to the current situation and started to analyze the conditions of both his physical body and soul. He retracted his gaze and tried to move his soul, now fused with powers from the mysterious space. Whoosh! A cold wind started to blow as it spiraled around the room. Klein savored the sensation of flying, joyfully making circles in the room. I can also take on the role of a messenger in this city now? I wonder if I can carry physical items with me. He collected himself and stopped. He floated in the air and experimented with his other abilities. He tried to grab a notebook from his bookshelf, but his hand passed through it. It feels a little sticky, it's not like moving through air. I might be able to grab it after I become more powerful and able to better utilize the mysterious powers of the world above the grey fog. Klein once again tried grabbing a single piece of paper, but to no avail. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, he flew toward the clothes rack and extended his transparent hand into the pocket of his black windbreaker. He touched the slumber charms and the requiem charms that he replenished from a successful claim. They were objects infused with his own spirituality, different from ordinary objects in supernatural terms. Thus, Klein wanted to see if he could carry them about. His palm once again went through the charms, but he could clearly feel their existence. He felt the intertwining of spirituality, but he didn't have enough strength to pick them up. Of course, another explanation was that there wasn't enough spirituality within the charms to achieve a strong resonance with his current state. The spirituality isn't strong enough, Klein thought as he moved towards the other pocket. That pocket stored the flaring sun charms that he made with the stolen power of the divine blood and his own spirituality. A warm sensation quickly spread all over his body, making his form turn more stable and his thoughts clearer. He could take the thin gold piece out of his pocket. In the mirror in his room, the charm seemed to float out of the pocket on its own accord, similar to the descriptions in ghost stories. Find updated novels on no/v/elbin.co/m. I can move flaring sun charms. I can also create sound using my spirituality. So I do have certain abilities in this state. Klein flew toward the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that only the thin gold piece was reflected. Other than that, it was only the furniture and darkness in the room caused by the drawn curtains. After a few seconds of consideration, he placed the flaring sun charm onto the bed before returning to the front of the mirror. He wanted to see if he could move through the mirror. His vision turned dark. Klein's vantage point suddenly changed. He saw the room that was reflected in the mirror, the furniture that was accentuated by the weak sources of light. It made him feel as though he was hiding in an obscure corner, peeping into a tiny portion of the room. I really can go through the mirror. But this is only an ordinary item which doesn't lead to some mysterious and strange world. Klein nodded and charged forward, once again returning to his room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him immense confidence. Hence, he attempted grabbing something else. Mr. Azek's copper whistle. The moment he touched the ancient and intricate object, he felt his spirituality expanding and freezing. His illusory eyes turned into dark, burning flames. It feels like I have gotten a little more powerful. My form is like a wraith's, but without the strong sense of vengeance. Klein projected his current appearance by calming his mind. This was one of the abilities of a clown. Mr. Azek's copper whistle is truly fascinating. He nodded, noticing that he could now pick up pieces of paper with certain weights. He could also pick up his slumber charms. How unfortunate. I can carry the silver ritual dagger, but the revolver is too heavy. Klein concluded his experiments and turned to see if he could use any spells in this state. After serious tests, he concluded that he could conjure 2 spells, the first being a formless howl could shake the souls of his target, and the second was inducing a state akin to freezing via contact with a target. Klein came to a satisfied stop. He looked out the oriel window, towards the sunlight, and street covered by the curtain. I wonder if I can move about during the day in this state. He muttered as he floated towards the window. He then carefully lifted the curtain, creating a slit and allowing a small amount of sunlight to pass through the wall of spirituality and into the room. Under the radiant sunlight, Klein felt his soul boil with a black fog. His powers were also being drained away, bit by bit. he quickly released his grip, allowing the curtain to block the light. I can't. Klein thought for a moment, then placed his gaze on the flaring sun charm on the bed. I wonder if the effect would be the same if I'm augmented with the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun. He floated toward the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. But just as he touched the charm, the warm, pure feeling formed a stark contrast with his burgeoning cold spirituality. It was like an existential conflict between fire and water. Sizzle. He tossed the piece of gold away as if he had been burned. The power of Mr. Azik's copper whistle cannot inhabit my soul at the same time as the flaring sun charm. Klein understood as he set the copper whistle down. He felt his spirituality shrink and the black flames in his eyes extinguished. In this state, both the spells I can use have been weakened. After another round of experimentation, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm, once again feeling the stabilizing and warm purifying effects the charm had on his spirit body. He returned to the window and cautiously moved through the curtain. The sunlight only felt warm on his body, but it didn't inflict any harm. Not bad. Klein let out a mixed smile. He made his way past the wall of spirituality and cautiously flew out of the house with the intention of conducting more experiments. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 182. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The weather in Tianjin turned from refreshing cool to a bitingly chill in early September. However, the sunlight at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was still warm and soothing. Klein went through the wall of spirituality and the oriel window. He floated in the air outside of his bedroom as he overlooked the people and carriages shuttling to and fro Daffodil Street. Just then, there was a man in a grey labor uniform who suddenly lifted his head and looked over. Klein panicked and wanted to hide, but he couldn't find any suitable cover. When he didn't see anything to hide behind, he started to sneak back into his house. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the man earlier merely glanced over the window. Then, his gaze followed a flying sparrow, but unfortunately, he lost sight of it. In Tianjin, birds could occasionally be seen. Phew. I forgot that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see me. Klein let out a breath of relief and felt that he had yet to get used to the situation. As he grew more confident, he flew lower and went to a nearby spacious street where he floated above people's heads. As he drew closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was the same as his spirit vision. There was no need for him to activate it, but there was a restriction to its range. Also, besides the aura and emotional colors, he could faintly feel the existence of everyone's soul. They were blurry, illusory, and transparent. In this state, I think I could bypass a person's body and directly attack their soul. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his fastest speed. Hence, he flew towards Iron Cross Street with all his strength. It didn't take long before he came to a halt and arrived outside the apartment he used to stay in. It should be about the speed of a car on the highway. It's a pity that I still can't go in and out of the spirit world, otherwise, it'd be perfect. But if I were to be lost in the spirit world, it's said that the consequences are very severe. Just as Klein finished his self-evaluation, he felt low-spirited and gloomy. There was an unspoken pressure. He looked around and felt that Iron Cross Street was engulfed with gloominess that ordinary people could see, a darkness that the sunlight couldn't dispel. There were layers of numbness, despair, pain, and other emotions overlapping, as though they were corporeal. It feels just like what I experienced when using spiritual perception on this street when I first became a seer. Iron Cross Street's middle street and lower street hasn't changed to this day. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such oppression and gloominess. Klein recalled the past and sighed as he flew up to the 3rd floor of the surrounding buildings. He finally felt sunlight and shook off his depression. Klein flew along Lower Street and, from time to time, he would see residents who were dressed in tattered clothes, looking expressionless and malnourished. He even ran into 2 bodies that had died of natural causes, prolonged starvation and malnutrition, with a sudden infliction of an illness. There were countless people who died in agony every month. However, the bankrupt farmers and slaves that surged in from the southern continent replaced them very quickly. Klein sighed in silence and changed direction and flew south. That was the industrial area of Tianjin. The steelworks, lead factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metalworks factories, machine construction factories, and other factories all built right next to one another. As he flew, Klein saw towering chimneys. He saw dust filling the air and a thick gloominess that was only slightly better than that of Lower Street. It was crowded with emotions of exhaustion, pain, pessimism, and numbness. Laborers who were in their 30s were considered the minority. Just as Klein wanted to fly lower to look at the area more closely, he suddenly felt weak. It was a weakness that came from inside him. My spirituality can't withstand the duress. Klein became alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he suddenly thought of a better possibility. I was summoned out. If I were to end the summon, I would return naturally. He calmed down and carefully felt the surrounding environment and his status. Unsurprisingly, he discovered something that was connected to him from infinitely far away but also infinitely close to him. It formed an intricate tether to him. Through this connection, Klein clenched the flaring sun charm tightly and willed the strong desire to end the summoning. A massive and terrifying suction force overwhelmed him as his figure went from transparent to nearly invisible, and in a flash, he vanished from the corporeal world. Silence was everywhere in the boundless grey fog, and there were illusory crimson stars that twinkled. Klein reappeared in the lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant, as he sat in the seat of honor at the ancient bronze table. The entire procedure went well. Furthermore, Klein looked at his spirit body in pleasant surprise and saw that it contained a warm and pure gold portion. The flaring sun charm. I actually brought something corporeal into the world above the grey fog. He held the charm with a smile and fiddled with it to make sure it wasn't an illusory item. Klein stood up and paced back and forth, feeling completely gratified. He thought to himself in anticipation. As expected, ingredients and items can be brought into this mysterious space. I just need to find the correct way. However, this method is quite complicated. It needs me to do quite a bit before it reaches the destination. Furthermore, if I were to be summoned by the members all the time, it would damage the fool's image. I can only do that occasionally, or after I understand it more. I can design an incantation that summons the fool's adorer, but it will similarly be directed at me. I'm not some born laborer. Why must the incantation point towards me? When the time comes, I can conjure what seems like a messenger or a more unique adorer and let it deal with the dispatch and collection of materials. Ideas popped up one after another as Klein contemplated. But due to the limitation of his capabilities and knowledge, he couldn't put them into practice just yet. As he became even weaker, Klein didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his spirituality to envelop himself and simulate the feeling of descending. Find news stories on november/elbin.com. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his bedroom. He saw splendid sunlight pouring in through the gap in his curtains. He examined his body and made sure that the flaring sun charm wasn't brought back but left above the grey fog. When I've gotten enough rest, I'll repeat the summoning ritual at dawn to bring the flaring sun charm back to reality. Sigh, it would be great if I could maintain the state a little longer. That way, I would be able to investigate the houses with red chimneys. It's such a pity that I can't do it yet. I could only fly long enough to investigate a few houses before having to return above the grey fog and rest for half a day. The efficiency would be just as low. Klein walked before his desk and put out the silent burning candle. After he packed his things, he didn't remove the wall of spirituality immediately. Instead, he sat down and took out a pen and paper to write a letter to Mr. Azik. After he wrote the salutation of Dear Sir, he pondered for a few minutes before penning. I recently received news that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Rear Admiral Hurricane, Chilangos, has infiltrated Backland. He carries a mystical item called the Creeping Hunger. It provides an ability similar to a shepherd, which is a sequence 5 beyonder that swallows different souls and obtains their corresponding powers. It said that there is a limit to the number of souls that one can let out to graze, but the souls can be swapped out. Chilango seems to have many beyonder powers, and I'm not sure what he's trying to do in Backland. The news I received suggested that he might be after a very important, very mystical item that could make Chilangos a high-sequence beyonder or as powerful as a high-sequence beyonder. Klein fabricated his source of information to generally describe the situation with Chilangos, but it wasn't like Mr. Azik would look for a Nighthawk captain to confirm it. Klein didn't directly request assistance but made it seem like he brought up the subject casually to encourage Azik to be careful. Regardless of whether Mr. Azik was willing to help, it wouldn't hurt to first lay the foundations. If Klein eventually needed to ask for help, it wouldn't appear out of the blue that way. Klein let out a breath slowly and started writing the main content of the letter. The mastermind behind all that has happened hasn't taken any further action, and I still haven't found any related clues. The reason why I'm contacting you so suddenly is mainly to ask for your guidance regarding sacrificial rituals. I came across something like that during a recent mission. With the son's description and Mr. Azik's answer to compare, I should be able to try a sacrificial ritual after that. By reversing the ritual, I should be able to bestow items. This would be a more suitable ritual for exchanging ingredients and items rather than summoning myself. Yes, let's hope that Mr. Azik remembers the knowledge about this. Klein nodded slightly. He put down his pen without signing his name. There's only one copper whistle, so I'm sure Mr. Azik wouldn't make a mistake with the sender. Therefore, to be careful, Klein didn't leave his name. After he folded the letter, he looked at his 3-meter-tall ceiling. He picked up the copper whistle from the bed a little hesitantly. Perfect, let it squat and get the letter. Klein emphasized inwardly before lifting his right hand and putting the copper whistle to his lips. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. The whistle didn't produce a sound, but Klein's acute senses noticed that the surroundings had instantly turned cold. He activated his spirit vision and saw that there were blurry yet glistening white bones surging out of his study desk like a fountain as it rose in height. The white bones quickly gathered together and turned into an illusory yet huge monster. Its head tore through the wall of spirituality and reached somewhere unknown. Klein looked at the white skeleton's thighs and body, as well as its arm that hung down. Seeing its right palm open up, the corner of Klein's lips twitched as he tossed over the folded letter. The large bony palm did a sweep and caught the letter firmly. Then, Klein picked up his copper whistle and blew again without hesitation. The monster crumbled in an instant, transforming into bones that fell onto his desk before sinking in and vanishing. After doing all of that, Klein removed the wall of spirituality. In the sudden wind that stirred, he hobbled towards the clothes rack and returned the copper whistle to its original place. Then, he quickly walked to his bed and planted his head into it. The moment his body touched the soft mattress, he fell into a deep sleep. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 183. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After dinner, Klein engaged in small talk before reclining on the sofa. He picked up the recently delivered War Evening News and started leisurely reading. Benson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite his sister. In front of him was the dining table, which had been wiped clean by Bella. On it was grammar books, classic literature, accountancy notes, and other materials. In front of Melissa were her notes and stationery, including but not limited to pens, paper, rulers, compasses, etc. It's like I've been taken some 10 years back. Back then, I was still a student at the church's Sunday school, Benson complained, but he continued to study with his head down. That's not too bad. This scene makes me feel the achievement of being a parent. Klein smiled and said, knowledge can change one's destiny, and diligence will result in glory. I made up the latter half of that saying. I wonder if Roselle has said that before. He lampooned in his heart. The room quickly became quiet except for the sound of pens scratching across pages or of books being flipped. Bella had finished doing the dishes and tidied up the kitchen before returning to her room on the first floor, a small room that was formerly the guest room. Klein sipped on his side black tea as he read the newspaper, occasionally engaging in small talk with his siblings. It was relaxing. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room turned dark at the same time as if they had run out of fuel. Benson and Melissa looked up towards the lamps in an attempt to figure out the cause. Klein also looked towards the lamps. At this moment, he felt something touch his arm. He was the only living person in the living room, but something had touched his arm. His hair stood on end. Klein retracted his arm and turned to look over. He saw 5 thin, pale fingers growing on the tip of a tongue. Underneath them was an irregular row of sharp teeth. Klein instinctively reached for his pockets. Within them were the requiem charms and slumber charms. But he caught a glimpse of a neatly folded piece of paper in the finger's grasp. A letter? A messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the 5 pale fingers prodded his arm again. Klein saw Melissa about to stand up and check on the gas lamp. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the letter, then he quickly retracted his arm and hid the letter under the stack of newspapers on the table. He then saw the fingers, tongue, and the irregular row of sharp teeth fade away and disappear from the corner of his eyes. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and silently activated his spirit vision. He once again saw the 5 abnormally thin fingers. He saw the long red tongue adorned with sharp, white teeth. He saw them retracting back into the transparent face on the ground. A second later, the face disappeared completely. The lights in the living room and dining room were restored back to normal. Strange. Melissa pouted, finding no faults with the lamps even after a serious check. Find news stories on november/elbin.com. Why is the lady in our house responsible for such things while the men watch from the side? Klein shook his head and deactivated his spirit vision. When spirits were willing to be seen and had the corresponding abilities, even an ordinary person could spot them. What happened just now was an example. After discussing the problem with the gas lamps, the Moretti siblings became quiet once again. Benson and Melissa once again delved into the ocean of knowledge. Klein used the newspaper as a cover and unfolded the letter with one hand. He placed the paper between the newspapers and started reading the reply from Spirit Guide Daily. I have to emphasize again, I prefer the title of Spirit Medium. I'm going to give you a positive response regarding what you asked. Yes, mediumship rituals can also be used on living beings, not just living humans. But this is troublesome and poses some level of danger. The souls left behind by the dead are pure. They have few impurities or chaotic thoughts. We can communicate with them, asking them questions and receiving answers without any barriers. Of course, you can use the method of dream divination to directly receive images from them. But that cannot be replicated with living humans. The subject still has a will and would fight against unprotected communication between souls. Klein's lips twitched when he read the letter. He confirmed that it was Daly herself who wrote this letter. Unprotected communication. That really is the way she speaks. Klein returned to the letter after taking a quick glance at his siblings. We only have 2 methods when faced with such a situation. First, we can use our powerful spirituality and sophisticated mediumship rituals to triumph over the will of the other person, engaging in a barbaric method of communication. Second, we can use medication to make the other party relax. What I use the most are the Amatha essence and Eye of the Spirit medication. I'm sure that you still have a lingering impression of those. After reaching the stage of channeling the soul, you must take note that you're also in a spiritual state, unlike when you're communicating with the souls left behind by the dead. In simpler terms, your spirituality is entering the spirituality world of the other party. Take note, a professional spirit medium wouldn't lack the means of protecting themselves under such a state. But you cannot do that. You would not be able to learn or use the techniques that I know of even if I explained them to you. So you have to maintain a certain level of lucidity and rational thought. Only through this method can you fight back against the torrents of the other party's random and chaotic thoughts before arriving before his spirit and establishing communication. At this point, you'll be communicating at the level of the body of heart and mind. At this stage, you have 2 options. One is to use a technique to forcefully read the memories of the other party, but you have to be very careful, for you cannot be sure if the things you're reading are the things that you want to know. If you indiscriminately receive a large amount of memories from a person, it's very likely that your soul would collapse. Furthermore, it will cause severe damage to your target soul, sometimes even destroying them completely. Unless you're a professional spirit medium, I do not suggest using this method. The second option is to gently communicate with the other party's body of heart and mind. No matter how you entered, whether it be through violence or medication, the target will definitely be in a groggy state. They would generally not be able to lie, just like you couldn't, no, you cannot recall what happened to you. Although I know you've definitely forgotten about it. Sorry, Madam Daly, I was very awake back then. Klein chortled inwardly as he lowered his gaze and read the rest of the letter. Such communication can allow you to obtain real answers, but they won't necessarily all be the truth. You should understand what I mean. As long as you read the news, you must have heard Emperor Razel's famous quote. I don't remember the actual quote, but the essence of the quote is that what one says shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. In short, a spirit might not remember everything because a lot of memories are in one's subconscious or collectively be in the subconscious. Oh, I shouldn't mention that. Dunn calls it the evil theories of the psychology alchemists. Thus, you must be able to guide the soul and be good at designing your questions. Do you understand? The corresponding techniques include. These are all under normal circumstances. What should we pay attention to when we're trying to communicate with the soul of a beyonder who has gone insane? It's the same maintaining your lucidity. You must not fall into a daze at all. This is because a beyonder's spirituality is very potent and their spirit is filled with chaotic thoughts. Let me give an example. An ordinary person's consciousness is an island. The subconscious is the portion of the sea beneath the island. The collective subconscious is the surrounding sea. The sky belongs to the spirit world. As for a beyonder, his island might have a controllable active volcano. A lunatic's island might have a volcano that can erupt at any time. It would quake the foundations and pollute the sea. When you come into unprotected contact with the spirit of an insane person, his chaotic thoughts might infect you, just like how polluted water in the sea would flow outward, spreading further. Yes, channeling his spirit under such conditions is like linking your seed to his, thus, you need to pay close attention to this pollution. A few examples are when a spirit medium is careless when doing similar things and didn't use any protection. After that, they can develop mental problems similar to that of the target. Under normal circumstances, mental diseases are not contagious. But in the domain of mysticism, in the world of channeling spirits, they can indeed be contagious. Maintaining your lucidity and not being affected by the chaotic thoughts of the target are things that you must pay attention to. Following those would be the guided questions, which can be used to effectively communicate with an insane person. If you wish to try this, I suggest applying a sedative agent before doing so. The corresponding formula is available behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. There's also the formulated product. It can be effective in helping you maintain rational thought during the process. Of course, you can also get Dunn to apply for help from the Backland Diocese. I'm very willing to see the spirituality state of an insane Sequence 7 psychiatrist. Lucidity and rational thought? That's my expertise. I maintained lucidity and rational thought even when my soul was being channeled. Of course, I'm not someone who lets confidence get to my head. I'll still apply for the sedative agent, a matha extract, and eye of the spirit medication. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, a little eager to make the attempt. He put down his newspaper and stood up. He then entered the bathroom and ignited the letter with his spirituality before tossing the ashes into the toilet bowl and flushing them. That night, Klein once again tried the ritual for summoning himself and brought the flaring sun charm back to the physical world and into his room. He also didn't receive Mr. Azek's letter even though he had expected a swift reply. Perhaps he needed some time to recall the knowledge, or perhaps he's not free to give a reply for now. Or perhaps his worry that he would interrupt my sleep. Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality as he speculated. He made his way to the bed. The following day, Tuesday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door to the captain's office as usual. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 184. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Please come in, Dunn Smith said with a mellow and pleasant voice. Klein turned the doorknob and pushed open the door to see the captain having his breakfast. In his right hand was a cup of coffee emitting a rich aroma. On the plate in front of him, there was white bread toast and bacon. Dunn placed the remaining sandwich toast with butter into his mouth and ate it. He then silently pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Klein didn't disturb his captain from enjoying his breakfast. With a smile, he sat down as he waited patiently. Dunn saw that he was in no hurry, so he relaxed back into his chair, picked up his coffee to take a sip, and swallowed the food in his mouth. He took a napkin, wiped the corners of his lips and said, "What's the matter?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "I've met Daxter Guderian, the doctor at the asylum and also member of the Psychology Alchemists." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the magazine that was spread open before the captain. "Did he provide any news?" Dunn asked, crossing his arms. Klein simply described, "He told me that before Hyujin went crazy, there was someone who visited him quite frequently. That person's name is Lenivus." Lenivus? Dunn massaged his temples. "I seem to have heard of it before." "He's the cheat who swindled at least £10,000, Klein reminded him. Dunn thought for a while with a serious look on his face. He then shook his head to show that he had no memory of it. "Captain, you're not sensitive at all when it comes to money." Klein lampooned and told him the related story about Lenivus by highlighting the main points. The cheat falsely claimed that he had prospected and purchased an iron mine with rich deposits of iron ore. He raised funds from private individuals in Tingen and swindled more than £10,000. Someone I know from the Divination Club suffered a loss from this. In addition, a young woman was swindled into an engagement with him and is now pregnant with his child. He visited Hyujin multiple times before he went crazy, Dunn said in thought. Sequence 8 Beyonder, Swindler? The Marauder Pathway? Captain, your memory is actually good when it comes to this kind of thing. Klein found it funny as he reflected over it. He nodded faintly and said, "That was my guess as well." Because the steelworks company that Lenivus set up was in the south and the victims were of several different beliefs, the case wasn't passed to us in the end. Even if there had been evidence of Beyonder involvement in the case, it would have been passed over to the mandated punishers. Dunn finally understood the ins and outs of the story. He looked at Klein with his deep grey eyes and said, "What do you want to do?" Cough. "Captain, can you please not be so sensitive?" Klein replied with a mask of solemnity, "I want to talk to Hyujin via a mediumship ritual and figure out why Lenivus came looking for him. I want to know if that visit is directly related to him going insane." Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Even if you hadn't applied to do it, I would have had a similar experiment done when we were certain that Hyujin is crazy. However, Daly told me that it's quite risky." "Are you confident?" "I can ask for assistance from the Baklund diocese. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days." Klein's main motivation to become a Beyonder was to study mysticism and find a way home. As it was a chance for practical exercise and he was confident enough, he was naturally unwilling to give it up. "Captain, I've mastered knowledge on the subject. I'm confident about this. Of course, I'll require certain ingredients, such as the Amatha extract, eye of the spirit medicine, and sedative agent." Sedative agent. Dunn ruminated over the name and confirmed Klein's professionalism. He remembered Daly mentioned that it was a liquid medicine that was rarely used yet was very efficient in mediumship. Dunn Smith pondered for nearly 20 seconds and leaned back into his chair. He said, "Go ahead and fill out a request form. Then, collect what you need from behind Channy's gate." "Hey, I'm not sure if there are any finished goods." "If there aren't any, pick up the ingredients you need and concoct the medicine accordingly." "All right," Klein replied happily. He didn't get up but sat firmly in his chair. Dunn massaged his temples. He thought carefully and said, "It happens to be my turn to monitor the asylum this evening. We can't visit Hyujin directly. No one knows if there are members of the psychology alchemists disguised as doctors, nurses, janitors, or patients in the asylum. No one knows if the psychology alchemists are monitoring Hood Organ either. Any action we take must be secret. We can't expose that Daxter Guderian has become our informant. We'll go at dawn by sneaking in secretly. Yes, I'll keep guard while you perform the ritual to prevent any accidents from happening. That'd be best. If Hood is just pretending to be crazy, while I use a mediumship ritual on him, it would be like I barged into the zoo and danced before a tiger. Klein relaxed and said sincerely, "Yes, Captain." He stood up and walked towards the door. Just then, the corner of his eyes noticed the title of the magazine article the captain was reading. Donningsman tree sap in the southern continent's rainforests has had a significant effect on boosting hair growth. Klein retracted his gaze, opened the door, and exited the captain's office. Suddenly, there was a playful thought that flashed through his mind. Actually, a Beyonder doesn't need to go through such trouble. If old Neil was still around, he could design a ritualistic magic for hair regrowth. Then, he would pray for the goddess's assistance. Whether one would be covered with hair and become a curly-haired baboon, that's another story. What would the goddess's response be? If it were me, I would definitely curse, "Motherfucker." That thought suddenly tainted Klein's happiness with sadness, but there was also a hint of hilarity in the sadness. He entered the clerk's office and sat before the Acre Sun Model 1346 typewriter and finished typing his application. After Dunn Smith stamped and signed the application, he took it down to the basement and walked along the tunnel that was lit up with gas lamps, towards Channy's gate. Only at that moment did Klein realize something. It would be the first time that he was going beyond the mysterious gate. I wonder what it looks like. He quickened his pace with anticipation and came before the twin doors of the black gate. He first passed his request to Seeker Tron, who was on duty that day for registration purposes. Then, Klein took back the document that now had her signature as well. He knocked on Channy's gate and sensed how empty and distant the echo was. He didn't hear any footsteps, but within half a minute, the gate with 7 dark sacred emblems opened with a creak. Channy's gate opened up to allow a single person's passage before coming to a stop. Klein then walked in with the help of the gas lamps on both sides of the corridor. Behind the gate, there was an elderly man with obvious wrinkles and thinning hair. He was wearing a classic black robe and holding a barn lantern. The dim candlelight shone through the glass, illuminating the elderly man's expressionless face, which was a mixture of light and darkness. His light blue eyes were like ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. "Document," he said with his husky voice. Klein had seen the elderly man before because at dusk every day, he would come out from behind Channy's gate with his partners. They would pass by the duty room and take the hallway leading to St. Selena Cathedral. They were Nighthawks who had aged and volunteered to keep guard inside. According to Klein's understanding, there were 5 of them who were keeping watch. "This is my application." He passed the document in his hands to the elderly man before him. The guard with light blue eyes raised the barn lantern and looked through the request carefully. After he made sure that there were no mistakes, he moved aside and let Klein pass. Klein passed through Channy's gate slowly. He had yet to take a good look around when he felt an indescribably chill. It wasn't the cold of winter, but a chill that would make a human spirituality shiver. Any/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Klein lifted his gaze and looked afar. He saw candlesticks appearing on the wall in succession, and there were silver candles with carvings on them. The flames gave out a blue luster without any flickering. Creak! The guard closed Channy's gate, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. There was a broad walkway before Klein, a walkway paved with ancient stone slabs. On both sides of the walkway were stone doors labeled ingredients, medicine, information, and so on. At the end of the walkway, there was a flight of stairs that connected to the lower floors. It extended into the dark as though it was connected to the abyss. It should be connected to different sealed locations that have sealed artifacts. I heard that there are a few floors. I wonder which floor contains St. Selena's ashes. Klein adapted to the brightness behind the gate and suddenly felt that there was something shapeless scraping against his skin. They were in strips, and every one of them chilled him to the bones. he shivered and he couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. Then, he looked at the entire area behind Channy's gate. It was filled with fine black lines. They were swaying lightly, occasionally clustered together, occasionally extended. They were tightly knitted without any gaps. This is the sealing power behind Channy's gate? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He reined in his thoughts and followed the guard. They went through a heavy stone door labeled medicine room. Very soon, he found the Amatha extract, the eye of the spirit medicine, and the sedative agent by following the alphabet labels. He had seen the first two before, but it was his first time picking up the latter one. He saw that a blue fluid rippled in the translucent glass bottle. For some reason, looking at the fluid made him feel as though he had entered a mother's embrace. On the bottle, there was a label. It showed the manufacturing date and the expiration date, which was still some time away. Luckily, it can still be used. Klein took the 3 tiny bottles of medicine and walked back to Channy's gate with the guard keeping him company. He shook off the feeling of coldness that reached the deepest corner of his soul and the creepy experience of being swept by the black lines. When Channy's gate closed, he couldn't help but look back. He mumbled to himself, staying in there for a long time would affect both the body and soul, right? It's no wonder the guards have to volunteer. Around dawn, Klein used a special technique to lock his bedroom. He pushed open his oriel window and jumped down. The 2-story height posed no danger to the present him. He landed steadily without faltering at all. The Nighthawk's carriage was already parked opposite, waiting for him. Without any exchange, Klein quickly arrived at Tingen Asylum in the North Borough. Following the captain's instructions, he took a detour to one of the corners without a street lamp where he saw the waiting Dunn Smith. "Let's go in." Dunn nodded faintly. "I've made sure that there's no one around." "All right." Klein quickly got closer. As a clown, entering an asylum, it keeps reminding me of a famous saying, "It's like returning home," one he mused to himself. He followed Dunn closely. With the aid of the wall's bumpy surface, they somersaulted into the asylum quickly and agilely with outstanding balance. Dunn turned around and looked. He nodded slightly to give his approval. The two of them crouched and silently moved through the hospital's small park and activity square. They then entered the 3-story building in the asylum and arrived at the top floor where Hyunjin's room was. As Hyunjin had the possibility of becoming violent now that he had gone insane, he had been assigned to a single room. Luckily, the monitoring Nighthawks hadn't wasted their efforts during the surveillance and had made a copy of the room key long ago. Catcher. The lock clicked lightly, and Dunn entered first. Klein projected his gaze past his figure and saw the person sitting on the bed. Hyunjin's face was long and skinny. His eye sockets were deeply concave and his blonde hair was disheveled. He was looking at the metal-barred window with his grayish-blue eyes. He was looking at the crimson moon outside. Klein closed the door to the room and chuckled as he casually asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Klein was now a Sequence 8 clown. Hence, he remained silent and backed off to a corner of the room. Hyunjin turned his head and looked at Klein. He chuckled foolishly and replied, "I'm waiting for my cake." Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 185. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Waiting for cake? That really wasn't an answer that I was expecting. Of course, if I was able to anticipate the answer of a mental patient, wouldn't that mean that I was almost there myself? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his relaxed smile as if he was chatting with a friend. "Who's going to send you a cake?" Hyunjin's expression fell instantly, his face long and depressed. Read the latest stories on novelbin.com. "No, there's no cake. There's no cake. You stole my cake." His voice suddenly became shrill as he glared angrily at Klein. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he let out a shout and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Following which, he leaped from his mattress while salivating. He closed in on Klein with one step and extended his hands, attempting to grab onto Klein's shoulders. He wanted to drag Klein towards him and bite him. Despite the sudden attack, Klein reacted quickly despite appearing a little flustered. He instantly bent his knee and squatted. At the same time, he tilted his body to the side and raised his left arm. OF. His shoulder slammed into Hyunjin's abdomen, causing Hood's eyes to turn white and drool to drip from his mouth. But Hyunjin didn't stop moving. He allowed the momentum to carry him down as he opened his arms in an attempt to pull Klein into a bear hug. Klein tilted his body to the side and rolled over. His movements were smooth as though he had practiced them hundreds of times. He pushed against the ground with his right hand and stood up with a somersault. He decided to go on the offensive and charge forward to restrain his opponent. But at that moment, Hyunjin only stood there blankly, his eyes losing focus, becoming vacant and lost. Klein froze for a moment. He turned his head towards the corner of the room, only to see Dunn Smith, wearing a black windbreaker and matching hat, with his hands clasped tightly together and looking down. The captain has dragged Hyunjin into a dream. Upon realizing this, he stopped his subsequent attack and took the opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that couldn't harm anyone. He used it to create a wall of spirituality which sealed the ward. Klein then took out 3 candles infused with mint and placed them on the window in a triangular formation. One candle signified the Evernite goddess, another the mother of the secrets, and the last represented himself. Soon after, he set up a simple altar and used his spirituality to ignite the candles. Just as he was about to warn the captain, Dunn raised his head and smiled. But Hyunjin's dreams are a sea of chaos. There's no way to guide it. Just as he finished his sentence, a luster returned to Hyunjin's eyes. It was no longer vacant. Then, the insane psychiatrist moved his waist, letting out a comfortable yawn. Klein was momentarily at a loss, so he remained quiet. He picked up a metal bottle containing the Amatha extract. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile into the flames of the candle representing himself, allowing the serene aroma to spread around the room. Hyunjin's nervousness, anger, and relief completely vanished. He languidly sat down again on the edge of his bed and looked out at the crimson moon outside the window in a daze. His eyes once again lost their focus as peace was restored. Klein also felt the peace that came with the night. He set the Amatha extract down and sat beside Hyunjin. He wanted to find something to break down Hood's last line of defense. Only with the removal of the last line of defense could he use the Eye of the Spirit medication to make Hyunjin's soul slip into a turbid state. After all, I'm not a professional spirit medium. He had already thought of an idea before coming. He fished out a set of tarot cards from his pocket. This set of cards only had the 22 major arcana, so it was easy to carry around. It was a weapon that Klein had successfully applied for. Each of the cards was lined with metal threads made from pure silver, each of them was able to kill undead beings. Their patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein feel like they were a collector's item and not used against enemies. Klein cut the deck with one hand and smiled at Hyunjin. Let's play some card games. Cards? Hyunjin retracted his gaze from outside the window as he repeated the term in a daze. Klein didn't answer, placing the deck of tarot cards into Hood's palm with a sincerity that could not be rejected. Hyunjin mimicked Klein's actions, trying his hardest to cut the deck with one hand to some success. The attention of the mental patient was slowly drawn to the hard yet flexible, beautifully textured cards in his hand. He flipped over the first card. It was the picture of a man in tattered clothes with his hands tied. He was hanging by his leg with a faint halo at his head. The Hanged Man. Klein nodded in thought. He took the opportunity to grab the Eye of the Spirit medicine, dripping the amber liquid onto the candle flame, still the one representing himself. An alcoholic fragrance spread forth, inducing an intoxicated feeling to anyone who took a whiff of it. Hyunjin spaced out bit by bit, his vision losing its focus. The deck of tarot cards in his hand fell onto the bed. But he remained sitting upright, without slumping over. Klein used cogitation to fight back against the medicine's dreamy effects of turning lightheaded and ethereal. he took out another metal bottle from his pocket and twisted the cap open before pouring the blue liquid into his mouth. Sedative agent. The ice-cold liquid flowed through his throat, down his gullet, and into his stomach. Klein instantly felt unusually awake, without any sense of drowsiness. He slowly exhaled, then familiarly took out the other essential oil extracts and herb powders, dripping them onto the 2 candles signifying the Evernight goddess. In the faint fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly murmured in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray that you would allow me to communicate with the spirituality of the Beyonder beside me, Hudyujin." The incantations reverberated around the room, and Klein saw the flames of the candle, now dyed black, spread outward. He didn't avoid them, nor did he guard against them. He allowed the dark night to envelop him. In this unusually lucid state, he felt his spirit leave the protection of his body and enter a space akin to deep space. All around him was boundless, silent darkness. The sky above him was filled with countless indescribable, transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendors that harbored infinite knowledge. The spiritual world. Klein was no longer a stranger to this. Just as he had this thought, a foggy world appeared before him. It was a world enveloped by a faint tornado of light. Klein knew that it represented Hudyujin's spirit that represented his body of heart and mind. Thus, he leaned over, digging into the wall that was the tornado. In an instant, he saw countless specks of light pelting him. He heard the voices of thousands of people discussing something in whispers. These murmurings were very chaotic and lacked any sense of logic. Some included praises for the elegance of some lady, then it turned into a description of the feeling of relief after using the toilet. Some started as a weep, then turned into frenzied joy. The insane thoughts latched on and gnawed at Klein's spirit in a bid to assimilate him. But Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality, quickly flying towards Hudyujin's spiritual world. This is like a pleasant concert compared to the horrifying murmurings and howls I hear when entering the world above the grey fog. Klein smiled secretly and made his way through the tornado. He saw a groggy, translucent Hudyujin. This sequence 7 psychiatrist maintained the same state as he was in the outside world. He looked over with a dazed expression. Klein stopped before him and asked softly, "Do you know Lenivus?" Hudyujin replied blankly, "Yes." The light around them underwent a transformation as if Hudyujin was revealing his spiritual sea. Quickly, the intertwining light revealed a bespectacled average-looking man who wore a sarcastic smile. It was the same Lenivus whom Klein had seen in the arrest warrants. Klein nodded in satisfaction and collected himself. He asked a guided question, "Why did Lenivus look for you?" He said. Hudyujin's voice slowly turned soft. Suddenly, he changed into a more charismatic voice and laughed a little maniacally. "Hudyujin, this is the worst era, but also the best era. As long as you seize the opportunity, we can become the rulers of this world, we can become true immortals. As long as you're willing to help, I'll not only tell you the way to master your potion and avoid losing control, I'll also promise that you'll receive godhood qualities in the future immortal godhood qualities. You should be able to see the presence behind me. My promise is a his promise." In some sense, the psychology alchemists are connected to him. Do not doubt. The psychology alchemists aren't strong enough at the moment. It is unable to provide you with enough help unless you're willing to stay at this level for the rest of your life. The method to grasp your potion without losing control. Why does this sound like how I entice others with the acting method? Lenivus sure has lofty ambitions. He's only a sequence 8, yet he's already talking about manipulating godhood qualities. Just what hidden presence is backing him? This guy seems to be plotting something, which isn't solely just to cheat people out of their money. Or could running scams just be his hobby? Klein had many thoughts as he listened on. When Hudyujin stopped talking, he quickly pressed on, "What kind of assistance did Lenivus want you to provide?" Hudyujin didn't answer immediately, his spiritual world turned silent. He then broke out into laughter. He replied erratically, "Help! Help! Help! Ha ha ha, I provided help. I provided help. I made. His words came to an abrupt halt as his blurry soul contorted. The light and darkness of the surroundings which represented the spiritual sea quickly turned incorporeal, forming a sinister, scary, dark altar. On top of the altar was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging on the cross, as well as things that appeared indiscernible piled at the bottom. The light and darkness alternated, and as the hanging item was about to become clearer, the entire spiritual world shook, as if it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Holy shit! Klein had a premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. Without thinking, he turned and flew towards the chaotic tornado of thoughts in an attempt to escape. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 186. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Countless rays of brilliance drowned Klein as ravings of 1,000,000 people filled his ears. However, Klein thought nothing of it. His abilities as a clown told him that his spirit was being engulfed by a black shadow that was rapidly expanding. The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging upside down on it. Catcher. The chaotic tornado of thoughts unleashed its load outwards and turned uniform. Slowly, Hudyujin's spiritual world disintegrated. Klein noticed that he had exceeded his fastest flying speed from his previous trial. His soul had become significantly stronger after he briefly mixed with some of the strength from the mysterious space above the grey fog. Just as the cross's shadow was about to engulf him entirely, he dashed out of the blurry world and felt his body. He familiarly stimulated a descent, and Hudyujin's long skinny face and messy blonde hair instantly appeared in his vision, along with the 3 candles that were burning at the window ledge. He had managed to get out of the mediumship state in time. In that instant, he saw black scales growing one after another on Hudyujin's face. His vacant pupils turned into slits, becoming extremely cool and ruthless. Oh shit! He's going to lose control. Klein's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he saw a figure in a knee-length black windbreaker and silk top hat take 2 huge strides before Hudyujin. He then raised the revolver and pushed it against the man's head. Bang! 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 Dunn Smith fired 5 bullets consecutively. Hudyujin's head suddenly blew up like a watermelon falling down from a high height. The red and white rainstorm splattered across each and every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hudyujin before he lost control completely. Klein, who was 50 centimeters away, was covered in blood and dirt. He looked at Dunn Smith in a daze, only having the feeling that the captain was very handsome at that moment. As long as you ignore his memory problems, the captain is very trustworthy. He complimented sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Discover new chapters on n0velbin.com. Did an accident happen? Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hudyujin's mostly headless body slowly fall to the floor. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw that the body had become a pile of bloody flesh within a few seconds, and the asylum uniform that covered it appeared to have its most basic structure damaged. Hudyujin's corpse was left with very few complete items. There were dozens of scales twinkling with a black shimmer, and his heart that had turned crystalline and faint blue. The heart had a magical luster, like a diamond refracting incoming light. It could calm someone down or make them restless. It could create tension or develop chaos. But other than that, there was nothing notable. This item should be controllable. After Dunn holstered his revolver, he took out a black glove and wore it on his right hand. He then squatted down to pick up the crystalline heart. A controllable item. According to what the captain previously mentioned, it could be used as the main ingredient for the formula of a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. But would it lead to the advance beyond losing control even more easily? Klein took out his handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and body. He then picked up his specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, what kind of items would these black scales be considered as? These are ingredients that are contaminated with beyond a power. They could be made into items that have long-lasting effects. For example, our demon-hunting bullet's ability to injure dead spirits or monsters would decrease drastically as soon as they pass the 3 months mark, leaving only a tiny portion of demon-hunting characteristics in the remnant materials. If the materials used were something like the black scales, the effective period would be as long as a year or two, and the effects would be even better. Of course, due to their characteristics, the black scales are obviously not suitable to be made into demon-hunting bullets, Dunn explained as he took a piece of paper from Klein to wrap the blue heart and black scales. It's just like the materials we use as supplementary ingredients for the potions? Klein asked. Dunn stood back up and nodded slightly. Yes. Someone who loses control will really become a monster. Klein sighed. He seized the opportunity while the room was still sealed with a wall of spirituality and quickly described his encounter in Eugen's mind. When I was communicating with Eugen's spirit, I saw a figure like the true creator in his mind. But it was different from the mainstream ones. It wasn't the chain-bound hanged giant, nor was it the eye behind the shadow curtains. Instead, it was similar to the one you saw in Hannes Vincent's dream. Hannes Vincent was a member of the Aurora Order. As Melissa's friend, Celine, had peeked at his incantations and completed the magic mirror divination, it led to the Nighthawk's investigation of him. Dunn Smith saw something close to the true creator in his dream, but it was a different image than the mainstream image that was widely circulated. In the end, the result was an injury and a strange death. When Eugen flipped over the tarot card of the Hanged Man, Klein had actually already expected it. But he never thought it would be presented in such a way. Of course, it was only in direct contact. It wouldn't be comparable to the time he had spied on the eternal blazing sun directly. The worst outcome was just mild injury or mild corruption. As he listened to Klein's description, Dunn's expression became solemn. He knitted his eyebrows and said with a deep voice, a huge cross, black nails, a naked man covered in blood hanging upside down. I didn't see it clearly. That's also the reason why I'm not injured. I only noticed a huge cross and figure similar to a man being hung upside down, Klein replied tactfully. At that moment, all he cared about was fleeing. Seemingly in thought, Dunn nodded and said, Lenivus's visit to Eugen was related to the true creator? So the Aurora Order is involved? Klein quickly repeated the conversation he'd had during the communication. Lenivus tempted Eugen with the cacting method and a so-called immortal godhood. But I don't understand why he said that it was the worst of times and also the best of times. Perhaps it was just the way he speaks as a swindler? The help Eugen provided involved a sinister and dark altar. I suspect that Lenivus is plotting something terrifying. Then, his heart stirred as he spoke. Captain, do you remember the letter written to Mr. Z? The letter that the member from the Aurora Order whom I killed carried. He mentioned in the letter that he was waiting for an appropriate opportunity, something about the arrival of the end of days. He will offer all the lands in Tingen to his so-called god. Would this be related to Lenivus's plot? Could Lenivus be the Mr. Z from the Aurora Order? Dunn Smith thought carefully and said, I don't think so. Lenivus couldn't be Mr. Z, otherwise, he wouldn't be setting up a fake steelworks company to scam people while the Aurora Order was up to something. It would introduce too many variables in his main mission. If anything went wrong with the scam, he would draw the attention of the police and us. He would have to run away from Tingen and abandon his plan. Of course, if he was just insane, it would be perfectly normal for him to act illogically. But judging from the scam he set up, the calmness and cunningness with which he swept away the money doesn't make him look like a real lunatic. So, I don't think he's Mr. Z from the Aurora Order. Of course, he might really be involved in the matter as mentioned in the letter. The one offering all the lands in Tingen to the so-called god. Upon saying that, Dunn paused, then paced back and forth as he said, this incident might have quite severe repercussions. We have to reinvestigate Lenivus and get some clues. Let's clean up the scene and cover up any evidence here. Let everyone know that Eugen died, but leave no clue as to who killed him. This should lead to action by the psychology alchemists or other beyonders that are paying attention to the asylum. They might know something. The Lenivus scam is either still in the hands of the police department or transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll join the investigations by saying that we obtained clues while investigating the Aurora Order. Then, we'll work together with the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind. We'll concentrate the forces in Tingen and investigate everything and anyone associated with Lenivus. We can request assistance from Baklund Diocese and the Holy Cathedral if it's necessary. After that, Dunn turned his head sideways to look at Klein. He ruminated and said, "Do you have anything that you'd like to add?" "Captain, you basically said it all." Klein shook his head solemnly. "No." He hurriedly used ritualistic magic to remove some of the necessary traces with the aid of the simple altar that he had yet to clear in order to ensure that no one would be able to tell that they were the ones who killed Hyujin. Then, he put away his ingredients, blew out the candles, removed the wall of spirituality, and left the ward in silence with Dunn Smith. They left the asylum by climbing over its walls. "Go back and rest." Dunn stood at a corner without a street lamp. He pressed his black silk hat and said, "There are many things that can only be done tomorrow." "All right." Klein wasn't a sleepless who only slept 2 to 3 hours a day. He immediately bade farewell to the captain and took the Nighthawk's dedicated carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he turned back to take a glance. He saw the captain still standing in the dark which even the moonlight couldn't touch. He appeared to be thinking in silence. The streets were quiet and void of people before dawn. The carriage tore through the streets, sometimes going straight, sometimes taking turns. Klein was pondering about Lenivus when suddenly, he felt as if he was in a trance. He saw that the color before his eyes become saturated. The reds became redder and the blacks became blacker, just like an impressionist's oil painting. The surroundings slowed down and the carriage seemed to enter a strange world. Klein grabbed his flaring sun charm and drew his revolver. Just then, a huge, white, bony palm extended through the carriage window and threw in a neatly folded letter. Then, the palm pulled back and vanished. The oil painting-like scene suddenly returned to normal while the carriage was still driving along the street steadily. It's a really well-hidden method. Klein looked at the letter by the side of his foot as the corner of his lips twitched. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 187. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The actions of the messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds before he recovered. He bent over and picked up the letter. Even if Mr. Azik is unable to use a good portion of his abilities as a Beyonder because of his memory loss, being able to send out such a messenger should make him powerful enough to deal with a Sequence 7 or 6 Beyonder. His heart reflected his shocked and envious expression. He didn't unfold the letter immediately. Instead, he placed the letter into his pocket, together with the slumber charms. The carriage continued forward. When Klein exited the carriage at Daffodil Street, he instinctively looked at the driver, Césaire, only to see his relaxed smile, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual that had happened. Klein nodded and returned home after observing Césaire with his spirit vision. He looked at the balcony and pipes on the 2nd floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly behavior and not attempt to scale the pipe back into his room. As for his stained clothes, he would take them to the Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow and get a professional to wash them through the police department. That would prevent his clothes from shocking his maid Bella and his sister Melissa. Klein had removed the reverse lock on the front door before he leaped out the window from the 2nd floor. Now, he took advantage of the fact that it was late at night and quietly opened the door to his house, deftly making his way in. After closing and locking the main door, he heaved a sigh of relief. He went up to the 2nd floor with hushed footsteps. Stopping before his locked bedroom, Klein took out a tarot card calmly. He inserted it into the slit of the door and lightly pulled, easily breaking the specialized lock he designed himself. He then entered the room, locked the door, and removed his clothes, before he fully relaxed. "It sure feels like being a thief." Klein laughed as he shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and placed it under the pillow. After he was finished with all of that, he lit up the gas lamp and sat in front of his desk. He took out the letter and began reading seriously. "I'm sorry for replying only now." I've been busy searching for traces of my past. I've also been meeting up with former teachers and students, and those drag on late into the night. I finally understand the encounters that I've had over the past 2 days after reading your letter. The police searched every room in the hotel that I'm staying at. There was a person who secretly snooped around in the hotel at night. Yes, I'm talking about a person with beyonder powers. So Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos, who's a frequent character in novels and newspapers, has infiltrated Backland and has gone on quite a killing spree. I remember that he's not only wanted by the Lun Kingdom, he's also on the bounty list of the Faysak Empire, the Intis Republic, the Fainapota Kingdom. So, how much is the bounty? Klein subconsciously wondered. He didn't get an answer because Azik had switched to mentioning something else. I find the abilities of a shepherd that you described quite familiar. It's as if I've seen it somewhere, but I cannot remember where. It must be an encounter from one of my past lives. Not being able to recall it makes me very frustrated. Mr. Azik is a little interested in the shepherd. I can use this to get him to help me. Yes, this sure is coincidental. No, this is not a coincidence, but inevitable. It can be inferred that Mr. Azik has lived for over 1,000 years and is most likely a high-sequence beyonder. Then, he would most likely have encountered the powers of many different beyonders in his earlier lives. He would also have deeper impressions of those that were more unique. In other words, it isn't only the shepherd that would give him feelings of familiarity, but jobs such as the Unshadowed, Demon Hunter, or Guardian that would do so as well. It's highly likely that Mr. Azik would find any mystical item that corresponds to a particular sequence's abilities familiar and have his interest piqued. That's something that can be imagined. Klein was doubtful at first before being enlightened. He was a lot more certain as a result. He shifted his gaze and continued to read the letter. I've long recalled some parts of the sacrificial ritual you asked about, probably because I have a deeper impression of them. Perhaps I was a priest in one of my more recent lifetimes. I have to remind you and warn you that you have to be very cautious when using sacrificial rituals. You cannot entrust your safety to evil gods or hidden, mysterious existences. They do not have consciences like we do. Also, you have to possess a strong sense of right and wrong, for the evil gods and devils often create seemingly harmless identities for themselves. My opinion is that you cannot sacrifice something whose presence you are not fully aware of, otherwise, your soul could end up being the sacrificial item. In simple terms, evil gods and devils will take on another form, disguising themselves as someone trustworthy. Just like on the internet, an account that claims to be a seemingly adorable chick might be controlled by a huge bloke. He had to be cautious even if they were to meet offline after confirming the person's looks, as the person might just be cross-dresser. Klein didn't disregard Azik's warning just because he was conducting the sacrificial ritual for himself. He nodded in approval. After Azik emphasized a few things he had to look out for, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew of. First, set up the ritual. Choose the symbols based on which deity or unorthodox mysterious existence you are going to offer a sacrifice to. Use the corresponding herbs and minerals of his or her domain. Of course, you can also make them into holy oils, ointments, scents, and other items in advance. Symbols? Klein froze for a moment. He realized that he, the fool that didn't belong to this era, didn't know what his corresponding symbol was. He thought for a moment, quickly recalling the complex symbol on the back of his chair at the ancient bronze table. It was made up of a pupilless eye which represented secrecy, and the partial contorted lines which represented change. That should be my symbol, or more accurately, that is what symbolizes me in the world above the grey fog. My domain is much simpler than secrecy, change, good luck. But I cannot be too sure of that, so I'll have to try it out. Even if the symbol is wrong, as long as I get my honorary name right, the target of the sacrifice wouldn't point towards some other entity. The worst thing that could happen is that the ritual would fail. Of that, I'm certain. Klein thought as he rubbed the surface of the paper as he formulated a plan in his heart. His eyes focused on the letter once again, reading the rest of the letter. Second, you need to be clear if the sacrifice needs to happen at a specific time. Then, follow the processes of a normal ritual until you finish reciting the honorable names and incantations of the ritual. You must remember to use either Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. You must use the natural powers in these languages to establish a direct connection with the corresponding entity. You can design the exact incantations to use, but it must include these critical terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. Finally, you must use materials that have a certain spirituality quality to create a connection with the natural powers of the incantation. This will allow you to construct a tunnel that connects to the gates of the kingdom where the corresponding entity resides. If the entity is interested, then your sacrifice is complete. This step isn't absolutely necessary. If you can make the corresponding entity very interested in your sacrifice, then he will open the gates to his kingdom for you after you finish reciting the incantations, establishing a stable tunnel on his own accord. Of course, this would often imply danger, as the orthodox result as relatively friendly hidden gods rarely do this. Only evil gods or devils would reply to you directly in order to achieve their goals. Materials that have spirituality are not cheap. I wonder if merely reciting the incantations would allow me to open a sacrificial tunnel similar to the door of summoning. I wonder if I could make use of the abilities of the world above the grey fog. Yes, I'll try that first and only get the materials with spirituality from the underground market if I fail. Do I need beyonder ingredients? It should be fine if it possesses a certain amount of spirituality, right? Klein thought about the £300 lying around in his anonymous account. He also thought about the £10+ of savings that he had saved up. Beyonder materials were not completely identical to materials that possessed spirituality. For example, the heart that had Eugen left behind was a beyonder ingredient, while the black scales were a material possessing certain amounts of spirituality. Any/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. After he finished reading Mr. Azig's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited a flame of spirituality. He burned the paper to ash and threw it into the rubbish bin. It was already deep into the night and Klein was in no hurry to try the ritual. He intended to first make a plan and go through everything that he needed to take note of before putting it into practice. He had a vague understanding of his shortcomings long ago. He was cautious and rational when it came to things he made plans for, but once the events deviated from his original plans, he would easily consider only the good and disregard the bad when he was forced to be on his toes. A simpler description would be that a rash action of his would easily cause him to court death. Klein extended his palm to cover his face. The next day, Dunn Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and machinery hivemind, started to assign missions. Klein also received his assignment. He was tasked to investigate a number of people who had connections to Lenivus. But because of his suggestion and the policy of the Nighthawks, he didn't have to be responsible for the people he had met previously. Of course, Klein continued with his combat lessons in the afternoon. Nor did Dunn assign him the role of lead investigator. Backland, Hillston Backland. In a building with a horse stable and garden. Chilangos, who had a unique wide chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man before him. He took off the man's clothes and wore them. He then leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and saw the black glove on his left hand twitch. He saw many contorted lines appearing on its back. A few seconds later, Chilangos saw a thin veil of light envelop his figure. His muscles, skin, and bones began undergoing a strange transformation. Some time later, he transformed into the unconscious man, completely identical in height, appearance, and demeanor. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 188. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sharp nose, thin eyebrows, slightly droopy cheeks, faint blue eyes. Chilangos examined himself in the mirror. He was certain that he looked no different from the unconscious man. After he rehearsed a few of the man's gestures, he bent down to drag the man off the ground and shoved him into a wardrobe. Then, he extended his right hand. With an audible snap, he broke the man's neck. Chilangos took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands before closing the wardrobe door. He slowly walked back to the mirror, wore a black double-breasted suit, tied a bow tie, and raised a bottle of amber-colored cologne. He dripped a few drops on his wrist, then dabbed them over himself. Chilangos tidied his hair in front of the mirror, then walked out of the room. He clasped his hands and told his butler, who was waiting outside, "Don't let anyone enter my room, I'm keeping something very important in there." "Yes, Baron." The balding butler pressed his hand against his chest and bowed. "Your carriage and personal servant is waiting downstairs. Duke Negan's invitation card is there as well." Maintaining the Baron's mannerisms, Chilangos nodded indiscernibly. He walked towards the stairs in an arrogant manner under the company of his butler. A Baron who is riddled in debt, to the point of not wanting to hire a normal security guard, has actually maintained his hiring of a butler, personal male servant, 2 attendants, 2 first-grade maidservants, for second-grade maidservants, 2 laundry female workers, 1 carriage driver, 1 stable master, 1 gardener, 1 chef, and 1 sous chef. To these foolish nobles, dignity really is everything. I even had to waste some of my time to learn the strange pronunciations and so-called noble slang. Chilangos thought to himself in disdain. Backland, Sherwood Backland. In a particular cramped apartment. Zio de Richa sat cross-legged on a bed and looked at Force Wall, who was reading a novel with the light from the window. This is so disappointing. Chilangos didn't leave any clues behind. We still haven't figured out what he's trying to do in Backland. They had acted according to their initial plan and lodged a police report. Then, they secretly sent a letter to the local police station and described the strange situation at the crime scene in detail. They also mentioned that the suspect could be Chilangos. The police station responded as they had predicted. The policemen were very careful, and they transferred the case directly to the mandated punishers. Any/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. After a day's time, the news that Rear Admiral Hurricane had sneaked into Backland was widely spread among all enforcement teams. Zio and Force also left the place they originally rented and hid to investigate in secret. They didn't want to be brought back to the police station to help with the official investigation. The mandated punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hivemind were all hostile towards non-official Beyonders. The churches viewed them as potential criminals. Hence, not only were Zio and Force avoiding the possibility of Chilangos' pursuit, but they were also hiding from the enforcement authorities. If we could discover his purpose so easily, Chilangos would have been buried in a cemetery long ago, and the tombstone would be covered in weeds, Force replied casually. We need to wait patiently. As long as the authorities continue to take this much interest in him, Chilangos will definitely make a mistake. I've got to say, I'm quite envious of a mystical item that can allow one to change appearances. Zio hugged her knees and looked out the window. I'm just worried that Chilangos will take action soon and then flee from Backland before anyone can respond. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to Sequence 8, let alone Sequence 6 or Sequence 5. She paused and muttered as her mind spaced out, I don't know when I'll be able to take back the things that belong to our family. It's been almost a year since I last saw my younger brother. Force gave her a comforting smile. When you fulfill your wishes, please allow me to write your experiences into a story. It would definitely be an interesting and exciting one. I actually find Miss Audrey very generous. Even if Chilangos escapes, I think she'll still reward us handsomely. We've been busying ourselves for so long after all, and we've even caused Chilangos to appear. I hope so. Sigh, why can't I have any fortuitous encounters? Zia grabbed her shoulder-length blonde hair. Force frowned and said, in the Beyonder world, fortuitous encounters are usually accompanied with danger. I have yet to figure out what the ravings we hear during the full moon mean, or if they will result in negative changes. Fortuitous encounters without dangers may exist, but they are very, very rare. It's difficult for your wish to be fulfilled, unless we receive the favors from an orthodox deity or the attention of some friendly hidden existence. However, it would be hard for us to tell if it was really an evil god or devil in disguise. Zio sat straight and drew a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess watch over me. Duke Negan was in his mansion located in Backland, Empress Borough, where he was hosting a grand ball. There were two parts of the mansion. One was the dancing hall located on the ground floor, which was covered with glamorous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. There was the Duke's excellent ensemble playing music in a corner. Up the stairs, there was a winding corridor that circled the hall located on the second floor. The guests were holding their glasses, leaning against the railing, overlooking the people dancing on the ground floor as though they were enjoying a fencing match from the stands. Occasionally, a gentleman would walk before a lady or his wife to invite them to dance. If the invitation was accepted, both of them would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. On the far side of the corridor, there were doors after doors. They were rooms that had been allocated to the guests as their resting quarters. But behind a French door was a corridor, and on both sides of the corridor were various gypsum statues. They were all the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor was another hall which could see the ball. Long tables were covered with a variety of delicious food and fine wine, and another ensemble belonging to the Duke was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. In the hall, the guests were gathering in groups. Some were seated and some stood around, chatting about all kinds of matters. Those who wished to get away from the frivolities for a while would go to the attached balconies to overlook the garden and enjoy the crimson moon in the sky. After participating in the opening dance, Audrey Hall stood on the second floor above the dancing hall and stared at the candles on the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the rooftop in a daze. However, she noticed that many young men were appearing to pump themselves up to come over and invite her for a dance. So, she wisely left the place and went to the corridor that connected to the dining hall. How boring, but my attendance is necessary. Sigh, can't they just let me observe in silence? I have to say, some people have rich facial expressions when they dance. They remind me of animals seeking mates. Audrey lowered her head, looked at the tips of her feet, and walked in a straight line out of boredom. Just then, the corner of her eyes caught an approaching figure. She slowed down, stood straight, and instantly became the elegant yet quiet Miss Hall. "Good day, Baron Gramere," Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and etiquette. Baron Gramere had thin eyebrows and faint blue eyes. He smiled and bowed. "Nice to meet you again, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling gemstone at this ball." After exchanging a few words, Baron Gramere headed for the dancing hall while Audrey continued approaching the dining hall. After a few steps, she suddenly frowned. There was puzzlement in her green eyes. Baron Gramere isn't the same as before. In the past, when he sees a pretty lady or madam of a higher rank than he is, and one that's relatively prettier, he would look to the side without looking at them directly. Then, he would steal glances constantly. But today, he appears very confident. Also, his cologne smells off. In the numerous parties in the past, his body would emit the final note of the amber cologne fragrance, musky yet faint, not ostentatious yet elegant. In other words, he would spray the cologne a few hours earlier to let the front and middle notes disperse before the gathering. But just now, his cologne was amber in middle note, rich and refined. Audrey slowed down her footsteps. As a spectator who had completely digested her potion, her sensitivity towards details wasn't anything other beyond us could compare to. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Her green crystal clear eyes froze. It couldn't be Chilangos in a disguise, right? The creeping hunger has the power to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She felt uptight as she turned nervous and panicky. If he really was Rear Admiral Hurricane, what is he trying to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to the ball. Otherwise, I could ask her to observe Baron Gramere. No way, I have to warn Father. Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Count Hall, who was talking to the Chief Cabinet Secretary and others. She flashed a flawless smile and walked over. She held Count Hall by his arm and told the others, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I borrow Count Hall for a few minutes?" "Beautiful lady, it's your right," the few gentlemen said in a friendly response. Audrey held Count Hall by his arm and moved to the nearest balcony. They found a quiet, uninhabited corner, and she said to her middle-aged father, who was getting plump, "Father, I have something to tell you." Count Hall was smiling fondly at his daughter, but he got serious when he saw her serious facial expression. "What's the matter?" "I ran into Baron Gramir earlier, but there are things about him that are different from the past. For instance, his cologne was in the middle note of the amber fragrance. It used to be the end note. And..." Audrey continued with the things that she found different. It could be explained as being sensitive and meticulous. After she described what she had noticed, she weighed her words and added, "I heard from Viscount Glaint that Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos has the ability to take on other people's appearance. Hasn't he been in Backland recently?" Count Hall listened to her carefully, and his face grew abnormally grave. But he soon flashed a smile and comforted his anxious daughter. "I'll take care of this. Go look for your mother and stay with her. She's at the lounge in this hall." "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. On the way back to the lounge, she turned around and looked at her father. She saw that Count Hall was talking to another noble softly, and he wore a rather solemn look. Audrey couldn't help but feel anxious. She felt that she needed to do something to make sure that her father, mother, and brother didn't get hurt. She surveyed the area and changed the direction in which she was heading in. She left the dining hall and found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed the door closed and locked it behind her. She looked at the symbol of the Lord of Storms before her and subconsciously found a remote and dark corner. Audrey sat down with her body leaning forward. She clasped her hands together into a praying position and supported her forehead. Then, she recited softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 189. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein was discussing the latest play with Benson and Melissa and was inviting them to watch it at the theater next weekend. "I think the newspapers have said enough about it. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. It's already been performed more than 10 times in Backland, and it's sold out each time. I think that we shouldn't miss this opportunity." Klein, who had lacked sources of entertainment, was unwilling to give up. After all, he had been an ardent follower of television shows back on Earth. "Of course, if it wasn't for the maintenance of my image, I'd rather go to a bar and play billiards. Yes, renting a venue for tennis isn't a bad choice. That can be considered as it's a leisure sport for the middle class. With my current fitness, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I should be able to handle most opponents easily. Forget it, it can only be a passing thought for now. I still have to re-investigate the figures associated with Lenivus in the morning, go for combat training in the afternoon, and search for the house with the red chimney in the evening before returning home. I sure am a busy man." Klein tried to remain optimistic. Noticing that Benson was inclined towards his suggestion while Melissa was still a little hesitant, Klein smiled as he added, "I heard that the most popular supporting cast in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. All right, we do have to see a play at a large theater once in our lives." Melissa pouted and nodded her head grudgingly, but there was now a sparkle in her eyes. Klein was about to respond when he heard a buzzing in his ears. He became dizzy for a few seconds. "Someone is praying to me." He supported his back with his right hand and chuckled. "Then I shall wait patiently for the tickets to go on sale. All right, I'll be returning to my bedroom to write up a report. We also have to plunge into the sea of knowledge and hope that we don't drown." Benson let out a self-deprecating laugh as he returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went to the second floor and locked the door to his room. He sealed the room with a wall of spirituality, then he took 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantations, returning to the world above the grey fog. His figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor in the magnificent palace fit for a giant. A pulsing crimson star reflected in his eyes. Klein lifted his right hand and extended his spirituality, establishing a connection with the star representing justice. With a boom, he saw a blurred, distorted image. He saw Miss Justice in a long beige regal dress sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her head was bowed, her hands clasped. At the same time, her still nascent and nervous voice stacked in an illusory manner, reverberating around the space, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to listen. I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Chilangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grimir, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grimir were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyond a power that Chilangos' mystical item has." Klein listened seriously and carefully interpreted what was happening. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice was describing. Chilangos has actually used the special powers of creeping hunger to infiltrate Duke Negan's ball. But Chilangos probably didn't expect that one of the ladies at the ball is a spectator who has committed the mannerisms of Baron Grimir to memory. Hence, he doesn't realize that he's been exposed. What does Chilangos want? And what should I do? I've tried conducting the sacrificial ritual without spirituality-infused materials over the past 2 days and realized that I can create something like the Door of Summoning, but I'm unable to open it. I was going to find some time to purchase some materials with spirituality in the underground market to prepare for my second experiment. Miss Justice definitely wouldn't have spirituality-infused materials when she's attending a ball. Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before beginning his response to Justice's prayer. In a small prayer room in Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey repeated her prayers a few times before finally stopping. She tidied her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't be gone for too long because her parents would worry about her and thus misjudge the situation. It would cause them to react in the wrong way. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath, extended her right hand, which was covered in a white veiled glove, and released the lock with a wary heart. After leaving the small prayer room, she followed the path back to the dining hall. She saw the figures holding wine glasses and plates get closer when her vision suddenly turned blurry. She realized that an illusory fog was spreading into the surroundings. In the middle of the thick wide fog was an ancient chair, and atop the chair was a mysterious presence that seemed to overlook everything. "Mr. Fool!" Audrey almost shouted in pleasant surprise. She then heard a deep, familiar voice, "I'm aware." The voice reverberated around the space as the fog vanished. Audrey's vision was still filled with images of the long tables of food and wine, as well as the bustling sights of interacting guests. The worry and unease in her heart vanished as she subconsciously straightened her back and entered the dining hall with light steps. She walked toward the recreation room in the dining hall. In the magnificent palace in the world of fog, Klein started to think about how to convey the message to the hanged man after finishing his reply to Miss Justice. I cannot just repeat the description to him since it undermines my authority. After all, what mysterious existence would personally take on the role of a messenger? He deliberated for nearly a minute before an idea came to him. He conjured the scene of Miss Justice praying and transformed it into something akin to a movie scene with the faces masked and censored. He then extended his hand and tapped, launching the scene into the crimson star representing the hanged man. Backland, Sherwood Backland. At the Holy Wind Cathedral. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, was going through the investigation reports in a simple room, trying to find traces of Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. Near his right hand was a stack of paper filled with many contorted symbols. Just as Alger was leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes, he saw his field of vision turn blurry. His line of sight was filled with thick, grey fog. There was an ancient chair which seemed to exist eternally, deep within the endless fog. Atop the chair was a faint human figure. Mr. Fool. Just as this thought came to Alger, he saw that another hazy figure in a regal dress within the greyish-white fog. She was in a praying position, repeating, "I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Chilangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grimir, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grimir were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyond a power that Chilango's mystical item has. Alger was shocked at first, then let out a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his palm against his chest and lowered his head. "Praise you, Mr. Fool." Everything he saw or heard vanished before he finished his sentence as if nothing had happened. Staring at the desk strewn with Emperor Razel's diary pages and his investigation reports, Alger's pupils constricted as he realized how powerful the Fool was once again. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Even though that was history from more than 1,000 years ago, many believers still viewed this place as sacred. But Mr. Fool could still descend upon this space without warning and give a reply? After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Alger gathered his stuff and exited the room. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. For Alger Wilson, being able to kill Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos personally was the best course of action, but if he was unable to do that, guaranteeing that he was really dead was also acceptable in his book. After forwarding Miss Justice's description to the hanged man, Klein left the mysterious world above the grey fog and returned to his bedroom. While he was in no hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality, he sat before his desk and took out a piece of paper. He picked up a pen and began his letter. According to an urgent indication from a source, Chilangos has used the abilities of a shepherd to take on the appearance of Baron Grimir and has infiltrated Duke Negan's ball. His motives are unclear as of this moment. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Azik would be suspicious of him or doubt why someone in Tingen would be so quick to know something that just happened in Backland, for the telegraph existed in this world. "I don't know if you would be interested in this, but I thought that I should let you know." Klein quickly ended the letter and folded the piece of paper. He then found the ancient copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and gave it a hard blow. The gigantic, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again, still standing at its original spot, not minding that its head was going through the ceiling. Klein fought back the urge to use the abilities of the clown to turn the letter into a flying dagger. He tossed the letter towards the messenger without a fuss. Find news stories on november/elbin.com. He then blew on the copper whistle once again to end the summoning. Klein collected himself and went through the events in his head once again. This was all he could do for the time being. Although Klein could also make use of the summoning ritual and bring the flaring sun charm directly to Backland, it was too dangerous for him to do so. First, Chilangos was a sequent 6 wind blessed and had with him the creeping hunger. Second, it was too troublesome. He had to first bring the flaring sun charm to the world above the grey fog. Third, his image would be affected. Thus, he wisely gave up on this idea. To be honest, the problem is not too serious. Duke Negan is the most influential noble outside of the royal family, a key member behind the Conservative Party. There will be many high-ranking nobles attending the ball today. I have no doubt that there are Beyonders guarding the area. If not for this consideration, there would have been no need for him to infiltrate the place under a disguise. Since Miss Justice noticed him early, the nobles should be prepared. This incident shouldn't blow out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Azik's messenger is? If it travels through the spirit world, Mr. Azik could still likely make it in time for the main course, but if it's as slow as Madame Daly's messenger, then he might only read about the incident in tomorrow's paper. Klein nodded indiscernibly and tossed this incident to the back of his head. After all, there was nothing more that he could do. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 190. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In Duke Negan's mansion, in the dancing hall. Disguised as Baron Grimir, Chilangos held a glass of blood-red Ormir great wine and casually stood behind the railing on the winding corridor on the 2nd floor. He overlooked the people on the dance floor and enjoyed the view of the glamorously dressed ladies. However, there was no lust in his eyes, they were as calm as a frozen lake. From the corner of his eyes, he stole glances at the hanging chandelier and the nearby Duke Negan, who was looking at the beautiful figures passing by. the Duke was wearing a well-ironed navy uniform with red ribbons attached to the medals on his shoulders. He preferred to wear his military uniform on formal occasions, in remembrance of his decades of illustrious service while in the military. However, he had put on much weight since then. His once sharp grey eyes had been left turbid and filled with desire. However, he took good care of himself, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, lips, and forehead were faint, and his black hair was still thick and luxuriant. That was Pallas Negan, the current Duke Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the brother of Prime Minister Egezid, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lun Kingdom. At the same time, he was also the reason why Chilangos had sneaked into Backland. The thought of assassinating such an important figure makes me shiver in excitement. Chilangos retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept the commission because he had been offered a sufficiently attractive price, and it was also because Chilangos loved adventure and enjoyed taking on difficult challenges. If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern and southern continents, placing me above the four kings. And I'll receive a card which contains the mystery of God that the Emperor Razel created. Chilangos suppressed his excitement and lowered his head to examine his left hand. Creeping hunger had become transparent. It was impossible to tell that Baron Gramir was wearing a glove via the naked eye or through contact. This is such a magical item. If it wasn't for this, a Sequence 6 like me wouldn't have achieved the rank of Pirate Admiral. Thoughts flashed through his mind as bouts of regret surged within Chilangos. In his years as a pirate, he had seen and interacted with many Beyonders. Among them were members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. So, he knew that creeping hunger was still rather different from a real shepherd. Firstly, the speed of switching states was too slow. It required at least a second, but a real shepherd could switch instantly. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 abilities before the person died. As for what abilities could be used and how powerful they were, that all depended on luck. On the other hand, a real shepherd could decide on the 3 abilities. They didn't have to gamble like they were at a casino. Lastly, creeping hunger could only have 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have 7. Of course, both had the same restriction, which was that they could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the soul's corresponding Beyonder powers and their own Beyonder powers. If they wanted to replace one of the souls with a new soul, the procedure would be irreversible. Chilangos went through 7 or 8 years of adjustment and finally settled with 5 souls. Their abilities complemented one another and made their owner very terrifying. Because of the constant adjustments and experimentation that he did over the years, there were rumors among the pirates that claimed that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent. During the Ardent Dance music, Chilangos rehearsed the subsequent actions he would take in his mind. He sighed with regret in his heart. It's a pity that I didn't find the traveler over the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight. If he had captured the woman that was most likely a traveler, Chilangos wouldn't have hesitated to feed one of the 5 souls that he was grazing to the creeping hunger. To him, a traveler's ability would be invaluable. Chilangos stole a glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop and decided to wait no longer. The soul that he controlled currently had only one ability, which was to change his appearance. But it didn't possess any power to fight against other Beyonders. However, the transformation ability was still very useful, and Chilangos hadn't been willing to replace it with something else all this time. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Chilangos could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. Finally, he acted as though his gaze was locking onto the curvy figure of a noble's wife before he swept it towards Duke Negan and all the gentlemen around him. Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Lord of Storms, and he is a key figure in the influence the Church of the Lord of Storms has on politics. There must be a Beyonder from the Church of the Lord of Storms beside him who's protecting him. Although the Negan family isn't an ancient 1,000-year-old family, he's one of the wealthiest and powerful men in the kingdom. He's definitely searched for sequence potion formulas in secret or hired Beyonders. Chilangos' thoughts surged. He mentally eliminated gentlemen who were nobles and officers before locking his eyes on the man who was constantly beside Duke Negan. The man was brown-haired, blue-eyed, and wearing a black tuxedo. He was almost expressionless while he remained vigilant of his surroundings constantly. Chilangos nodded indiscernibly and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept in the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the chandelier's candles. At the moment between light and darkness, while everyone's attention was drawn away, a few wind blades slashed at the same spot on a metal chain supporting the crystal chandelier gazed among the gusts of wind. Creak! With a harsh, shattering noise, the huge crystal chandelier plummeted straight to the dance floor. It made a loud crash, and people screamed in surprise. Shards of debris flew, cutting guests and leaving them screaming in pain and fear. The darkened hall was suddenly full of opportunities. Chilangos's glove squirmed and changed, condensing into a golden surface. His expression was imposing and his eyes saw through the darkness as he fixed his gaze onto the man next to Duke Negan. Suddenly, Chilangos's eyes shone like lightning. The Beyonder who was in charge of protecting Duke Negan suddenly let out a tragic scream and fell on the ground holding his head. He rolled around and struggled. With a swoosh, Chilangos's figure dashed through the darkness and charged at Duke Negan. However, in the deep recesses of his eyes, it reflected his target who didn't show any signs of panic. It was of utmost confidence. Duke Negan's plump figure stood erect on the spot and observed the incoming assassin as if he were looking down on him. He lifted his right hand and pushed forward. He murmured in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." In silence, Chilangos suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something that wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. It made him seem like an insect in amber or a prisoner in prison. The leader of the Conservative Party nobles, the hereditary Duke Pallas Negan, was a Beyonder himself, a very strong Beyonder. Duke Negan spoke in a low voice again and waved his right hand. Flog. Pa. Pa. Chilangos seemed to be whipped by a shapeless whip. His clothing tore from the whipping as his skin was lacerated, revealing white bone. Then Duke Negan leaned forward and held his right first. He declared in an imposing manner, "Death." Pa. His arm waved as his entire body slammed into Chilangos's head with numerous afterimages. His fist had struck his target's head in an unavoidable manner. Catcher. Chilangos's head shattered, but the surroundings shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just a dream. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched his ability and entered the nightmare state. Unlike an ordinary nightmare, he could still move his body after he dragged people into a dream. Chilangos stealthily appeared behind Duke Negan, and his cold gaze locked onto the Duke. Wrapped with high-speed spiraling winds, his right fist stabbed into the target's vest like a sharp blade. Whoosh! Discover new chapters on n0velbin.com. Amidst the howling of the wind, Chilangos's right fist punched straight through Duke Negan's body and through his heart. But Duke Negan's figure rapidly turned transparent, just like a soul that was summoned. After the nearly formless figure dissipated, Duke Negan appeared before the French door on the other side of the winding corridor. He wore a scrutinizing smile. Another Beyonder? They prepared ahead of time? To lay an ambush for me? How is that possible? Although Chilangos was unwilling to accept this fact, he dealt with it calmly. The glove on his left hand squirmed and took on the form of dark golden scales. His irises grew pale and became vertical. Then, a shapeless wave swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown into a state of uncontrollable fear at the same time. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became chaotic. The Beyonders didn't dare to act recklessly as they were worried they might hurt their relatives and friends. Seizing the opportunity, Chilangos ran quickly as hurricanes whirled around him. He smashed through one of the resting room doors before smashing through an oriel window. Amidst the shattering sound, he leaped outside and flew a distance away from Duke Negan's mansion with the aid of the wind. The moment he landed, Chilangos immediately ran towards a forest ahead of him. It was a municipal garden escape route he had scouted out a while ago. Once he shook off his pursuers, he could change his appearance and blend into the massive population of Backland of more than 5 million people. That was also the reason why he dared to accept such a difficult mission. After a while, there was gale blowing towards Duke Negan's mansion. The Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of Backland, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake brought a few mandated punishers and flew towards the mansion. He couldn't inform the other Beyonders in time. Alger was one of the members that arrived with Archbishop Ace. However, he was in a bad mood because he saw the broken windows and the other Beyonders running out of the mansion. It meant that Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos had escaped. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 191. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Chilangos lost his pursuers with the help of the wind after crossing a man-made lake. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to create the illusion that he had entered a ditch to escape into the Tusset River before turning to the financial center of Backland, the Hillston Borough. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly blurred. He saw the colors around him saturate in the darkness. The green trees became greener, their red fruits even redder. The dark blackness of the water became darker. Everything appeared to be splashed with pastel paint. Under the sky where the crimson moon was obscured, there were many indescribable, transparent figures, as well as different lustrous splendors that contained mysterious knowledge. Chilangos found himself coming to a halt as he floated in midair. Beneath his feet, dark water continually rose towards him. Under the water were pale white palms, reaching out for him. Not good. Chilangos realized that he had been ambushed. And the ambusher was definitely not weak. A giant humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared before him. The monster was 4 meters tall, and burning in its eye sockets were pitch-black flames. The bones on its body were blurry and illusory. Chilangos gave his enemy an expressionless look as he let out a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand released a radiant light, appearing as if it was cast out of pure gold. Chilangos leaned back and spread his arms wide, as though he was trying to hug the sun. A bolt of pure, burning brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The pastel-like world quaked in response, and the pale hands under the dark water evaporated one by one. This was the Beyonder powers of the Priest of Light. It was a Beyonder power from the Sun Sequence pathway. It was the nemesis of the undead. The radiant pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames of the giant skeleton instantly extinguished. It then turned transparent as it disintegrated in the air. Before Chilangos had the time to use the abilities of the Priest of Light to dispel the pastel-like world, his expression abruptly turned rigid. He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left. It was also 4 meters tall, its eyes burning with a black flame, identical to the monster from before. Immediately following that, the same skeletal monster appeared around Chilangos, one after another. 1, 2, 3, there were more than 100 of them. More than 100 pairs of burning black flames cast their gaze onto their target at the same time. Underneath him, the dark water surface rose higher, almost coming into contact with Chilangos' feet. Pale white hands extended outward, flailing them around constantly, as though they were grabbing at a life-saving straw. Spread out and pursue him. Try to corner him, instructed the Cardinal Ace Snake. He conjured a typhoon and took to the air, flying toward the direction where Chilangos had fled. Duke Negan and the rest didn't join the ranks of mandated punishers in consideration of their statuses. Instead, they stood at the windows or balconies to observe. It was also at this moment when the ordinary nobles who were running around frantically slowly calmed down. Due to the darkness and the undulating shouts, they were unsure of what exactly happened. All they knew was that Duke Negan might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson clenched his jaw and ran out of Duke Negan's mansion, following the path of the municipal garden into the Hillston Borough. He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity, no matter how small the hope was. Suddenly, he heard a voice which was carried to him by the wind. There's no need to continue the pursuit. No need to continue the pursuit? The voice of Cardinal Snake. Alger stopped after just running a few steps forward. He turned to look into the sky, puzzled. He saw Cardinal Snake, who was wearing a black robe adorned with many storm symbols, floating above the forest and the man-made lake and staring down. Alger creased his brows and sped over to where the cardinal was without considering the reason. As he neared his position, he made use of his seafarer abilities to get a clearer look. The spellsinger of God showed no expression, but his posture made it evident that he was serious. His exposed white hair that peeked out from under his black hat swayed with the wind, accentuating his stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the forest. The scene of the calm pond reflecting the crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes. On the pond's surface, a tall figure was floating near the bank. That figure had a unique wide jaw, his brown hair was tied in a ponytail. His dark green eyes were cold, yet blank. Chilangos! Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos! Alger was taken aback at first, then he felt both surprise and joy. He couldn't believe his eyes, and even suspected that the darkness was causing him to hallucinate. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Chilangos' face rot rapidly. It oozed a yellow-green liquid, his flesh peeling off piece by piece. Pat! 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 All that was left of Chilangos' face was a skull. His two vacant eyeballs fell from their sockets and onto the ground beside the lake. Chilangos fell apart completely. His clothes draped over his rotting flesh and white bones and blocked the sparkling radiance. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals, Chilangos, had died mysteriously in front of Alger's eyes. This shocking scene was etched deeply into Alger's mind. It made him suspect if he was having a terrifying nightmare. What was happening? Didn't Chilangos escape successfully? Why did he die so simply, yet so mysteriously here? What did he encounter for him to lose his life in such a short amount of time? He's a sequence 6 wind blessed, the owner of creeping hunger. Who did it? What was the motive for killing Chilangos? Just as countless ideas flooded Alger's mind, he heard Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake's charismatic voice. Did you give the information to anyone else? Is there anyone else who knows of this information? Alger quickly calmed down. He glanced at Chilangos' remains and gave an explanation that he had prepared. I reported the information to you the moment I found out about it. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that Ace Snake had gone for a walk along the Tussad River, forcing me to spend time finding him, Chilangos might not have even escaped Duke Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of a high-sequence beyonder. He could only respectfully and humbly continue. The personnel who received the information directly even sacrificed himself for it, and no one opened the letter during its transfer. I can vouch for this. But I cannot confirm if there was a leak at the source of this information. Since we could learn of it, others might have too. As Alger spoke, he formulated some guesses about who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. The person or organization who tasked Chilangos to assassinate Duke Negan. Since Chilangos had already successfully escaped and there was no threat of any information leaks, there's no need to kill him. If it were me, I would get Chilangos to lay low and try another assassination attempt when everyone was certain that he had left Backland. Also, Chilangos only trusts himself, so he wouldn't tell his assassination plan to anyone. Duke Negan has been organizing gatherings lately in preparation for his bill proposal in September, so there are abundant opportunities. Other than Chilangos himself, there's no one who can correctly predict when he would strike. You, unless that person was a prophet. But that is unlikely. Other factions? Not possible. Miss Justice prayed to Mr. Fool to relay the information the moment she noticed a problem. There was no way another organization could have received the information at the same time. Mr. Fool. Alger was shocked as he thought of a possibility. The person who struck was Mr. Fool's adorer. He happened to be in Backland and thus lent a hand. The more he thought about it, the more Alger felt that this guess was close to the truth. Only the members and subordinates of the Tarot Club could have received the information in time. Only the help of the Fool's adorer could make it seem so mysterious and without motive. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Cardinal Snake fell silent for a moment. He told the rest of the mandated punishers who were making their way over, Chilangos is dead. a high-sequence beyonder, or someone who used a sealed artifact of a similar level killed him. But this is rather dangerous and highly unlikely. After a preliminary analysis, I believe that the high-sequence beyonder is of the pathway of death, perhaps a member of the numinous episcopate, but not someone I know of. There's also the possibility of it being a member of another secret organization. The motive is unclear. The numinous episcopate originated from the southern continent. Legend has it that it was first formed by a descendant of death in an attempt to revive death. They were nearly eradicated after the southern continent was colonized, but they stubbornly survived and spread toward the countries of the northern continent. A high-sequence beyonder? Yes, only a high-sequence beyonder could kill Chilangos in such a short amount of time. Just a mere adorer of Mr. Fool is already at such a high sequence. That's a demigod. Alger once again looked at the pile of flesh and bone. He felt dissociated from everything, as if he had lost all his emotion. He stood there in a daze, watching everything. If I happened to betray Mr. Fool one day? He suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the terrifying scene of Chilangos rapidly rotting appeared in his mind. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since he couldn't escape or fight back, then he could only choose to be loyal. Phew. With Chilangos dead, no one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled, his worries completely vanishing. In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was discussing the assassination with her mother and the other nobles, saw her father appear at the door. She found an excuse and left the resting room for the balcony at the main hall. "Father, is something wrong?" Audrey looked at Count Hall with her green eyes. Her green eyes had come from her mother, not her father. Count Hall smiled. "It's been resolved, my child. You need not worry any longer." Did you tell anyone that Baron Gramir was an imposter?" "No." Audrey shook her head firmly. Find news stories on november/elbin.com. I only told an almost godlike existence. She added in her heart. She thought for a moment, then explained herself. "After I told you, I went to the bathroom, then to where Mother was." "You can ask her." "I see." Count Hall nodded and didn't say anything else before mentioning, "Chilangos is dead. Someone killed him." "Who?" Audrey was as shocked as she was excited. "No idea. We can't even figure out why the murderer killed Chilangos. It's truly incomprehensible." Count Hall paused. "Perhaps it's a person or an organization, a secret and powerful organization. Unclear motive. A secret, powerful organization. Could it be Mr. Fool's adorer? It could be our tarot club." Audrey suddenly had an epiphany. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 192. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Audrey analyzed many things at once as her mind whirled. Mr. Hangman said that Chilangos was a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he would know of his own plan. Other than my early discovery of him, there shouldn't have been anyone else who knew he would attempt the assassination tonight. I only told Father and Mr. Fool that I suspected that Chilangos was disguised as Baron Gramir. Although there's a telegram cable in Duke Negan's mansion and he would have been able to send out information in time to ask for help, there's no reason to hide that. Dad's puzzlement implies that the powerful being that killed Chilangos wasn't within their expectations. Combining all of the above, I can almost be certain that the person who killed Chilangos was Mr. Fool's adorer. Plus, only the unique model of the Tarot Club can create such a strange situation with unclear motives. Chilangos was a sequence 6 wind blessed, and he had the magical item the Creeping Hunger. To be able to quickly kill him without leaving any traces behind, it could only be a high sequence beyonder known also as demigods, right? Or maybe he used a sealed artifact which possesses immense danger. Regardless of the possibility, it shows that Mr. Fool's adorer is extremely powerful. Mr. Fool lives up to his reputation. Regardless, I certainly provided clues, so Mr. Hanged Man has to carry out his promise and pass me the pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. This should be our Tarot Club's very first mission, right? One of the 7 pirate admirals, Chilangos, died because of us. Looking at his daughter, who seemed excited, Count Hall, who was a handsome man in his youth, coughed lightly and warned his daughter with a mask of solemnity, "Audrey, I know that you are very interested in mysticism, and I normally tolerate it. But you mustn't be involved in this. You can't even ask about it. You will be introduced by the Queen to the Backland social scene events by the end of this year. As an adult, you should clearly know and remember that a terrifying beyonder, or a powerful, hidden organization, is equivalent to danger. Do you understand that?" "Yes, Father," Audrey replied charmingly. "I was just a little curious." "Curiosity won't do either," Count Hall emphasized, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. "I understand the whole incident better than you do anyway." She made a silly face in her head. Count Hall thought and said with a gentle smile, "Regardless, you are the heroine tonight, the savior of Duke Negan. Half of the reason why Chilangos is dead is partially because of you, and it's the same with the bounty. Of course, if there's no one that admits to killing Chilangos and comes to receive the bounty, the remaining half of it will be yours too. Added together, it will be £10,000 in total. The bounty set up by the Intis Republic, the Faysak Empire, and other countries and organizations could be received as well. After conversion, there should be about £20,000 in total. Duke Negan promised that he would give you his holiday estate at Desi Bay as a gift. It includes a huge rubber tree plantation. I don't know the annual profit exactly, but it definitely won't be low. He spent £8,000 to buy it back then, and later, even built a house and purchased good quality seeds for planting. Audrey, who already had an inheritance of £300,000, was considered rich. However, a reward that was almost £40,000 was still a huge amount of income. Many noble ladies wouldn't even receive such a figure as a dowry. In an allied marriage of a noble and a businessman in August, Miss Mary Oldbury, the daughter of a millionaire, only had an £80,000 dowry. "I never considered the bounty," Audrey muttered inwardly. Suddenly, she thought of something. If she were to receive the bounty and her name spread, the Hanged Man could easily find out who Justice was. This can't happen. As a member of the Tarot Club, I have to maintain a sense of mystery. Audrey looked towards her dad and reorganized her words. "Dad, I'm a little worried." "Why? What happened?" Count Hall asked in concern. "If it were to spread that I found out that Chilangos was disguised as Baron Gramir, I'm afraid that his underlings would take revenge on me. I'm afraid that whoever instructed Chilangos to assassinate Duke Negan would target me." Audrey tried to make herself seem pitiful, weak, and helpless. "I'll hire someone to protect you," Count Hall replied. Then, he nodded faintly and said, "There's really no need for you to take such a risk. Plus, the person that killed Chilangos took the creeping hunger. Of course, to a high-sequence beyonder, that wouldn't be a strong enough motive for interfering. Yes, I'll inform Duke Negan to keep this a secret and tell someone else to receive the bounty on your behalf and compensate you in private." Then, Count Hall smiled and said, "You really are my daughter. You earned £40,000 so easily. This is more than 1/10 of your current wealth." The £300,000 was what he had set aside for her in advance. He would still add in another part when she got married as his daughter's inheritance. "Am I as good as you were?" Audrey happily asked in reply. Count Hall shook his head and laughed. "Much better than I was. The profit from my very first business venture was only £60. Audrey suddenly became extremely thrilled. The satisfaction derived from receiving a £40,000 bounty, getting her father's compliment, causing Chilangos' death, completing an extraordinary task, and the reward of a rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that she was going to get from the Hanged Man amplified her happiness. "I really want to report this to Mr. Fool to get his reassurance." No way. A powerful, mysterious being killed Chilangos with an unknown motive. There might be someone observing me in secret, looking for clues regarding Chilango's death. I can't show any hint of abnormality. Pooey. There's nothing abnormal about me to begin with. As long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorary name. If Mr. Fool's adorer was really the murderer, he must have already known the outcome. He wouldn't need me to report it to him. Well, do I need to share the bounty with the adorer? No matter what kind of payment method is used to transfer £20,000, it would definitely draw attention. I can't take the risk. Plus, it has always been the hanged man who's been asking for help from Mr. Fool. Technically, he should pay the reward. Yes, after all, he declared that he had many pages of Emperor Razel's diary. I'll try to gather more pages of the diary to thank Mr. Fool for answering my prayers. He definitely wouldn't be interested in crass money. Audrey quickly determined her next course of action. In Duke Negan's mansion, in a secret study room. The fat and tall Duke sat on a high-backed chair behind a desk. He was smoking a cigar as he looked at the Spellsinger of God Snake, Prime Minister Negan, and the others opposite him. Based on our current knowledge, we still aren't certain of the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder that killed Chilangos. Prime Minister Negan had just rushed over from the king's side. Archbishop Snake nodded. We've determined that it wasn't any of the high-sequence Beyonders that we're familiar with or the numinous episcopate either. We have sufficient reason to believe that it's a powerful, mysterious Beyonder we aren't aware of. Of course, we haven't eliminated the possibility that the person was using a dangerous sealed artifact. Read the latest stories on novelbin.com. Duke Negan held his cigar and said, maybe it wasn't just a high-sequence Beyonder. There might be a hidden organization behind that person, a hidden organization that we don't know enough about. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lay in ambush for Chilangos so accurately. Yes, perhaps one of the guests at tonight's ball is a member of theirs. His brother, Prime Minister Agezid, stated solemnly, regardless of that possibility, we have to be careful. We have to quickly find out the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder, the purpose of his presence in Backland, and why he killed Chilangos. A high-sequence Beyonder that they didn't know about, who wandering in Backland, was sufficient to draw attention from the government and 3 major churches. Although a Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 Beyonder might not be able to withstand the cannon attacks of their warships, there was no need for them to experience a frontal assault. They possessed too much of a mysterious power. Hence, they were existences even more dangerous than ironclad warships. Hence the reason why they were called demigods. Spellsinger of God Snake stood up and said, let me make some arrangements and get into contact with the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery Hive Mind. His Majesty will allow the military and the intelligence agencies to cooperate, Prime Minister Agezid promised. In a hotel in the North Borough of Backland. Azek sat under a gas lamp and looked at the glove before him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made from human skin. It seemed that as long as it was filled with flesh and blood, it would turn into a hand. Azek looked at it for a very long time. His face suddenly contorted in agony and pain as he muttered, I seem to have cooperated with them before. Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he didn't receive any reports from Justice or the Hanged Man, nor did he receive any reply from Mr. Azek. He kept thinking about the outcome of the incident with Chilangos. It must have been quite a scene if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man didn't dare to contact me recklessly. But why didn't Mr. Azek reply to my letter? Did he not get involved, or was there an accident? Did Chilangos hurt him? Klein extended his hand and covered his mouth as he yawned. He got onto the trackless carriage that headed for Zootland Street. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos killed in Backland. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos killed in Backland. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperbuy, which was also one of the Emperor Razel's inventions. Klein was momentarily stunned as he quickly fished out a penny and bought the Tingen Morning Post. Many passengers made the same choice. He opened the newspaper and quickly read the headline. Pirate Chilangos shot dead by Duke's bodyguard in Backland. Chilangos died? Mr. Azig did it? Klein fell into deep thought and lampooned himself. As the boss behind the scenes, I actually had to find out the outcome from the newspapers. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 193. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The article covering what happened to Chilangos wasn't long, and all it stated was the time, place, people involved, and the outcome. As the saying goes, the more succinct the content, the more serious the situation. Something that happened in Backlund at 8 or 9 last night is already being reported in Tingen City this morning. The spread of information in this world isn't too slow due to the exceptional contributions of Emperor Razel. It must have been one of the nobles or ministers who attended the ball who leaked this information to some reporter, then that reporter used the telegraph to send this sensational news to the news companies in various counties. The morning papers are usually drafted at night and printed after midnight before being distributed in the morning. There was just enough time to make changes and publish this article. Just based on this news, the Tingen Morning Post would be able to sell an extra 1,000 copies. And that's only considering just this city. Klein's thoughts became more and more distracted before finally calming down. Since Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos is dead, that means that even if Mr. Azig is injured, it wouldn't be too serious. If it was serious, he definitely would have been captured by the mandated Punishers or Duke Negan's Beyonder bodyguards that were in pursuit of Chilangos. And when facing such a situation, Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man would definitely try their best to report it to me. The latter not happening is enough to indicate that everything is under control. Yes, if Mr. Azig doesn't give me a reply, or if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man do not pray to me by tonight, I'll blow the copper whistle once again to summon the messenger and send over a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper, then he surveyed the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford transport like this could read, and under the influence of the term extra, many had bought the Tingen Morning Post. Now, a few of them were quietly discussing the incident. The King of Pirates and the Admirals have been terrorizing the sea routes for a long time. They back off when they see the battleships of the various countries, but they don't pay much regard to merchant ships. Even though Chilangos had only been inducted as one of the 7 pirate admirals for less than a decade, he's the first to be killed by the government. Frankly, I'm curious as to what he was doing in Backlund. When a pirate leaves the ocean, death is a foreseeable outcome. Let's hope that there will be a more detailed report in the future. Holy Lord of Storms, I wish to know which of Duke Negan's bodyguards killed Chilangos. His bounty was a full £10,000. £10,000. If I had £10,000, I would immediately quit my job and buy 2 or 3 medium-sized nurseries. I would invest in the shares of some colonizing companies and railroad companies and receive a stable dividend every year. That's only the bounty of this kingdom. Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, and some merchant organizations also have bounties for Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. I sure hope that there's a newspaper that will give a full list of the bounties. £10,000? Klein was shocked to hear that. With his already impressive pay, he would have to take 20 years to be able to save up that much money even without eating or drinking. If only. Forget it, there's nothing I can do either. It would be impossible for me to claim the bounty. He folded the newspaper a little dejectedly and looked out the window of the carriage. At this point, he finally concluded that the incident with Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos had come to a close. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends, such as the batch of Roselle's diary that the Hanged Man had promised him. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Force Wall and Zio Doricho were walking along the street towards the nearest branch of the Varvat Bank. My money seems to disappear without me noticing. Force sighed. Zio felt the same way. That's right. Luckily, my book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, is rather popular, and there are still royalties being sent to my account. Otherwise, I'd have to find a clinic or a hospital and become a doctor once again. Force let out a sigh, both in satisfaction and in worry. Zia was silent for a moment before carefully asking, will the investigation of Chilangos affect your status as an author? After all, we could be under the attention of the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, and the rest. No, the only one they would focus on is you. Force laughed. You were the one who sent someone to make a police report. Same for the one who sent the letter and the one famous among the alleys and gangs of the East Borough. As for me, Force Wall, I'm still the popular best-selling author. Zio said in a daze, so you've just been accompanying me all this time? Force stroked her hair and laughed. Don't you find that this was an interesting experience? This experience has provided me with the much-needed inspiration for my work. My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder. Zio paused, not knowing how to continue the conversation. All she could do was continue walking forward bitterly, forgetting to make a turn until Force dragged her back. At that moment, they heard a paperboy shout. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilango's killed in Backland. Ah? What? Zio and Force looked at each other in confusion. They only came to their senses after the paperboy repeated himself multiple times. What? Chilangos is dead? Force couldn't believe what she was hearing. He's dead. How did he die so suddenly? Zio, who was trying to hide from the prosecution of this merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. Doesn't this have to follow a normal procedure? First, they find clues to confirm Chilangos' motive, then they would gather powerful Beyonders and ambush him. Killing the pirate was the last step. But Chilangos was killed even though the first step hadn't been completed yet. He died just like that. Force and Zio exchanged looks as if they were two marble statues. Nearly a minute later, Zio charged towards the paperboy and bought a copy of the Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in the Lun Kingdom. Oh. Chilangos is really dead, killed by Duke Negan's bodyguard. Oh goddess, Negan's bodyguard is. Zio gasped, leaving out the powerful Beyonder that she had wanted to say. Force looked at her good friend in pity. To think that you would believe everything the newspapers say. All right, perhaps someone realized Chilangos' motive in advance, and the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military cooperated and executed a successful ambush. Zio froze and exhaled. We don't need to worry about it any longer. We can go back to our normal lives, but we have to avoid the sphere of influence of that police station from before. She looked at Force and asked, a little worried, how much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us now? I know that a few £100 wouldn't be too much to her, but we haven't really completed what she asked of us. No, at least we made Chilangos appear on his own accord. The reason he rushed to take action and fall for the ambush was definitely in some part due to our contributions, Force consoled her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she'll give us half the reward even if she's not giving us all of it. Let's hope so. Zio took in a deep breath and had an expectant gaze. I wonder who will claim that bounty of £10,000. It sure invites the envy of others. If I had that much money, I'd have become a sequence 7 or 6 long ago, but I missed the opportunity time and time again. Force also felt a little sorry, but she reminded her friend, Zio, let us not contact Miss Audrey for the time being. Let her contact us on her own accord. There are too many hidden details surrounding the death of Chilangos. Looking for Miss Audrey abruptly could put us in a dangerous situation. Zio first nodded before saying in surprise, how did you know that I was thinking of heading to Empress Borough? Try guessing? Force laughed in response. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He reported to Dunn Smith, Captain, the people connected to Lenivus that I'm in charge of investigating have no problems. They were merely victims, not associated with any Beyonder incidents. Dunn placed both his elbows on his desk. Then stop that for the time being. We shall place our focus on the more likely suspects after the rest of the members have finished with their investigations. We cannot direct all our manpower onto this incident. We have to guard against other sudden incidents. All right. Klein was about to stand up and head to lunch when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. Please enter, Dunn said in his mellow voice. The handle moved and Roseanne peeked inside. Captain, someone is here with a mission. A mission? This seems to be targeted at the Blackthorn Security Company and not the Nighthawk Squad. So, who mistakenly came to us this time? Klein wondered to himself. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, "We can go hear the request out and reject it if it's too troublesome." He arranged his shirt and vest as he walked out of the office. He made his way through the partition and towards the sofa in the receptionist area. Klein and Roseanne followed curiously behind. There were two ladies on the sofa, both of them were wearing black hats and dresses without any extra color. Discover new chapters on n0velbin.com. One of the ladies was plump and had fair skin. Her face was completely obscured by the black veil of her hat. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was recalling, he heard the skinnier lady beside her speak. "The mission we would like to entrust to you is for you to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes." Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly had an epiphany and recalled where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady that remained silent was the wife of Member of Parliament Maynard, the daughter of the new party's leader. She finds it hard to accept the death of her husband and is unwilling to accept the conclusion the police department came to, so she came to a security company in private to do another investigation. To think that she came directly to us? Klein shook his head and laughed to himself. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 194. Chapter 194, Infiltration. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Madame Sharon? Dunn obviously knew of Baron Coe's widow, a famous socialite in Tingen. Maynard's wife turned her head to shoot a glance at the scrawny lady who came with her to the Blackthorn Security Company, but she didn't speak for herself. The scrawny lady in the black dress and hat weighed her words before she spoke. "Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of the deceased Baron Coe." She stammered, then suddenly spat in anger. "She's a BTCH. Upon hearing her curse, Klein suddenly recalled the porno that he had seen and Madame Sharon's behavior, which appeared nervous on the surface but was calm deep down. That made him believe the rumors about her, and he felt sorry for the deceased old Baron. It's not like Madame Sharon can't remarry. But her loose behavior really makes the old Baron's grave a perfect nesting ground for cuckoos. Dunn didn't have much of a change in his facial expression. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, "But that doesn't make her a criminal. You know clearly, and I know it clearly too. Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. If we were to follow her and monitor her, there could be very serious consequences for us." "She's a criminal," the scrawny lady said angrily. "She caused my brother's death, but those lovers of hers pressured the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and continuous indulgence in sexual pleasure. They are all criminals. Those." Klein realized that the scrawny lady was Maynard's sister while feeling sorry for the old Baron once again. That's right, for such a scandal, she would definitely not send a maidservant here. It's better if the request is made by family. He nodded his head in enlightenment. Mrs. Maynard patted the back of the scrawny woman's hand and added with a deep yet cold voice, "She's a criminal. If you suffer any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses." That tone. She lives up to her identity as the daughter of the new party's head. If the police department wasn't very confident with the result of my mediumship ritual, I'm afraid they would have submitted under her pressure. Klein lampooned inwardly. Dunn was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he said, "All right. I have another question. Why do you seem to be so certain that we would find something?" The scrawny lady nodded and said, "The tobacco merchant, Vic Roy, introduced us here. He said that you're the cream of the crop in this industry and can complete missions that others aren't capable of completing." The tobacco merchant Vic Roy. Who's he? Klein looked at Captain subconsciously and noticed that Dunn Smith looked really confused. I'm so silly, why did I hope for Captain to remember something like this? After all, even I don't quite remember. He sighed. The scrawny lady saw that the two elite mercenaries looked confused, so she added, "You saved his kidnapped son." "Oh, him. That kidnap case led me to the discovery of the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein was suddenly enlightened. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out her offer. "You are to tail and monitor that BTCH for 2 weeks. Even if you don't find any evidence of her crime, you have to take note of who visited her and who she visited. We will pay £50 for this. And if you find evidence of her crimes, we would pay another additional £200. That's a large sum of money." When Klein suddenly recalled that he had only spent £7 to hire Detective Henry to gather so much information about red chimney houses, he became a little ashamed. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, "No problem, we can sign the contract now. You'll have to pay a deposit of £20 up front." "Captain, we're really lacking in manpower right now. There's the huge case regarding Lenivas." Klein didn't expect Dunsmith to accept the mission, although he, himself, was quite keen on accepting it. Mrs. Maynard nodded slightly and said, "No problem. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me." Dunn smiled, but kept quiet. He turned his head and told Roseanne, "Please write up a contract." When the contract was signed and the deposit was paid, Dunn watched Mrs. Maynard and the scrawny lady leave the Blackthorn Security Company. He then looked sideways at Klein and said, "This mission will be yours." "Who?" Klein looked confused. Dunn smiled and said, "Didn't you want to learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills? This is a great opportunity. It also turns out that you're done with your part in the Lenivas case." "All right." Klein didn't reject the assignment. Just as he accepted, his mind began whirling quickly. According to the rules, half of the mission's commission is handed to Mrs. Oriana as additional funding for the team. The remaining would be split among the involved members. However, it seems like I'm the only one handling the case. Regardless of whether the investigation succeeds, there will be at least £25 of income. On top of that, I'll receive my usual weekly pay. If I really could find some clues, I could even receive £125. Captain is a wise man. Dunn stole a glance at him and said, "Learn the tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry in the morning, and put your combat training on hold for this week." "Yes. I think you're quite well trained already, so I'll send someone to inform Garwin." "Learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry? That doesn't seem very reliable." Klein was stunned. He could imagine Leonard using only one method, which was playing his Phainopota lute while singing melodious poetry. Then, he would probably seduce Madame Sharon to bed in order to monitor her up close. As for Fry, he had a unique air to him. He was cold and gloomy, so no matter where he went, he would catch the attention of others. How could such people make good spies? As his thoughts churned, Klein replied seriously, "All right." Dunn nodded slightly and walked towards the partition. Suddenly, he paused, turned around, and hesitated before he spoke. "Do you remember the tobacco merchant? What was the kidnapping about? So you didn't remember anything or understood anything. Why were you acting so staid and confident?" Klein facepalmed. Based on Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to tail Madame Sharon, even though he knew that she stayed on Osner Street in the East Borough. Until you know the target's routine, you can't tail your target recklessly. Plus, monitoring alone makes it difficult to take note of everything. "Unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, and go home," Leonard had said. Hence, Klein followed his suggestion and found one of the triad bosses in the Hound pub and spent £5 to get his underlings to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily routine. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. Why does it feel like I'm subcontracting? On Friday afternoon, Klein received the investigation report from the triad boss. Calling it an investigation report was an obvious insult to professional detectives. Not one of the triad boss's underlings was literate. They relied on drawings and symbols, which was then interpreted and organized by their semi-literate boss who had attended Sunday school for a year. Klein got a headache just from reading it and took quite a while to finish reading the report. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon seldom leaves her place recently. There aren't many guests who visit either. She might be affected by Maynard's death. Those triad underlings are quite capable. They even gathered information from Madame Sharon's maidservant. She will be attending the Conservative Party's banquet tonight. She might return home quite late, or maybe not return. This is an opportunity for me to put theory into practice. Klein quickly decided to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search through it. With his duties regarding the Lenivas case over, the temporary suspension of combat training, and the end of the Chilangos incident, Klein only had two matters on hand. One was to investigate the Red Chimney houses, and the second was following and monitoring Madame Sharon. In other words, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Azik's reply. There was only one sentence on the letter. I obtained the creeping hunger and recalled something. Klein had finally confirmed that it was Mr. Azik who killed Chilangos and that this amnesiac teacher of his who had a long life was a high-sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare ask him what he had recalled with the aid of the creeping hunger. Azik obviously didn't want to talk about it. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In Klein's reply, he only reminded Mr. Azik that the creeping hunger yearned for the flesh, blood, and soul of living humans. He had to find a safe sealing method. In addition, Justice and the Hanged Man had yet to pray to him, but Klein wasn't worried. He understood that both members were afraid of being monitored, so they didn't recite his name recklessly. Gas street lamps illuminated the straight Osna Street at night while the crimson moon hung high above. Klein, who had sneaked out with the clown's balance and agility, leaped over the outer wall of Madame Sharon's house quietly. Passing through the garden, he arrived by the side of the house. He climbed up the water pipe and slipped onto the balcony on the second floor. Klein had never even climbed a tree successfully when he was young, so it was quite a monumental event. He took out a tarot card from the pocket of his black windbreaker, slotted it into the gap of the balcony door, lifted it lightly, and unlocked the door. The servants are so careless. They didn't use an additional lock. Otherwise, I'd have to try entering by climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently and entered the house. Based on the information provided by the triad boss, he found Madame Sharon's bedroom easily. He turned the knob and stepped into the room. He closed the door carefully and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. It reminded him of the fragrance of a woman that caused the blood vessels of other people to swell. Klein felt a little faint, and he even felt his body reacting. He immediately calmed down with cogitation and made a self-deprecating comment, "She's using an aphrodisiac as perfume." Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 195. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A few seconds later, Klein activated his spirit vision and surveyed the room, only to find how extravagantly decorated Madame Sharon's room was. In a spacious area with a cloakroom that was ajar, there was a thick carpet, a blanket made with goose feathers, a makeup table strewn with skin care products and cosmetics, a dazzling array of jewelry, thin clothing and socks thrown over the rocking chair, and multiple decorative items adorned with gold silk. All of these entered Klein's field of vision. What attracted Klein's attention the most was an unfinished oil painting. On the painting was the naked figure of Madame Sharon herself, her brown hair like a waterfall, her eyes like an innocent deer's, pure and limpid. But her curved eyebrows, sharp nose, and tender lips accentuated her form as a mature female. The two qualities fused together despite the contradiction, releasing an alarming temptation. Any/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Klein only gave a cursory glance at the area under the neck for a moment. He wasn't trying to be gentlemanly. After all, he had already seen the porno, so why would he have scruples over a picture? His attention had been grabbed by the pastels, palettes, and paintbrushes beside the painting, as well as a full-length silver-coated mirror. This combination and their placement relative to each other gave Klein a weird thought that the painter was Madame Sharon herself, and not some artist she had seduced. A beautiful woman with a great figure, flirtatious yet innocent, stripping and drawing herself while looking in the mirror to chronicle her beauty. It feels a little odd. Is Madame Sharon narcissistic? Klein gulped silently and retracted his gaze. He started to search for possible evidence of her crimes. Following Leonard's and Fry's instructions, he kept his black gloves on as he searched. He had to keep the original position of everything in his memory to facilitate putting everything back after he was done. This proved easy for an advanced seer. If he forgot, he could use dream divination to recall the placement easily. Of course, he had performed a divination before he left the house tonight. There was going to be no danger, and he would be met with relative success. That's something a good charlatan would do, even if I'm already a clown. Klein lampooned himself. He spent 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's room, but he didn't find anything noteworthy, nor did he see any light emitted by spirituality. Finally, he stopped before a safe in the corner of the room. The steel safe was a meter tall, thick and heavy. It gave the impression that it was unusually sturdy, as if it could only be opened using explosives. This sure is a characteristic of the age of steam. There must be complicated machinery within the safe. Klein tried to open the safe, but failed miserably. He left the safe for last. He took off his left glove and unwound the topaz dangling on his left wrist. Grabbing the silver chain and allowing the pendulum to fall, Klein dispelled the excitement that the fragrance in the room gave him and entered a state of cogitation. His eyes turned dark as he chanted to himself, "There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room. There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room." After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He looked at the dangling topaz, which was turning counterclockwise. It was a negative result. Klein nodded slightly and left Madame Sharon's room. According to the process from before, he went through the study, the living room, the greenhouse, and other parts of the house, but he didn't find any clues of value. He didn't use dowsing rod seeking since he didn't exactly know what he was looking for. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and gave it a look. He confirmed the time before returning to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the silver dagger used for rituals and released his spirituality, allowing it to fuse with the powers of nature and seal the room. He was going to summon himself. He was going to go through the safe using his spirit and check the things inside. Grandpa doesn't need to know how to lockpick, Klein proclaimed in Mandarin. The process was simple since he was praying to himself. He didn't have to be too particular. Klein took out a candle infused with sandalwood and ignited it using his spirituality. That was going to be his altar. I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated around Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality poured out from within him, gently fusing with the candle flame to become a grey, palm-sized veil of light. He then took the steps counterclockwise, made his way through the mad ravings, and into the world above the grey fog. He saw the door of summoning appear behind the seat of honor at the ancient long table. Klein was about to react when he froze. I should perform a divination to see if I can discover any clues since I'm already here. Here, as well as removing any interference, my powers are also significantly boosted. Also, because of where I am now, performing a divination is akin to using an object Madame Sharon brings around with her every day. He sat down and conjured a fountain pen and goatskin. What should I divine? Klein slipped into deep thought. Is there anything wrong with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes, there would be something wrong with anyone. Is Madame Sharon involved in a crime? No, that's not narrow enough either. As a famous socialite tied to the political sphere, it's natural that she would be associated with something dirty yet cannot be convicted for. Also, what is the definition of a crime anyway? The laws of the Lun Kingdom, or the laws of the Intis Republic, or is it up to me to decide? Despite his many thoughts, Klein didn't want to delay it any further. After all, his physical body was still in the real world. Thus, he decided to confirm the past few divinations he did regarding the incident. He picked up the pen and, without writing, he conjured a divination statement on the goatskin before him. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. This was the divination he did when he went to Maynard's house to help the police. The answer he received last time was negative. Grabbing the silver chain, he allowed the topaz pendulum to almost touch the statement on the goatskin. Klein half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement: John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils constricted suddenly. The topaz pendulum was spinning clockwise. Clockwise meant a positive result. Maynard's death was really due to supernatural influences. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowing down, his heart churning in turmoil. My divination back then was influenced, disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder? Or is there someone backing her, having helped in planning Maynard's death? Did they want to remove a powerful opponent to the seat of mayor, to remove a future House of Commons member of Parliament from the new party? Many thoughts raced through his mind as Klein wrote a new divination statement: Madame Sharon is a beyonder. He recited the statement 7 times, still using the pendulum technique. Klein used the location he was at, as well as the information he knew regarding Madame Sharon, to complete the divination. He saw an answer. The answer was the clockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum. The answer was yes. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein's nerves tensed. He didn't delay any further, immediately answering his own prayer and pushing open the mysterious door. After a moment of chaos and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated to the front of the heavy safe and extended his right hand. He carefully extended his hand into the safe. Since Madame Sharon was a beyonder, he had to be wary of traps in the safe. In such a state, where his soul was infused with powers of the mysterious space and his spirituality, Klein no longer needed divination. He would receive a warning when he was approaching something dangerous. A large portion of divination was obtaining revelations by allowing one's astral projection to roam in the spirit world. In other words, it was derived from one's spirituality. Klein didn't notice anything unusual when his nearly transparent hand made it through the thick metal door. After sweeping his hand, he leaned forward, plunging his entire spirit into the safe. He saw that the inside of the safe was split into 3 sections. The first was filled with gold bars, thick stacks of cash, and even more precious jewelry. Another layer had sealed documents. Klein blew on them, but he didn't manage to flip them open to look at their contents. Yes, I'll have to try again with Mr. Azik's copper whistle. Klein had experimented with it previously. When he enveloped the flaring sun charm or Azik's copper whistle with his spirit, both the items were able to make it through obstacles, as if becoming illusory items themselves. The bottommost layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo there. On the photo was a suave young man. Madame Sharon's past lover? Were they forcefully broken apart, and Madame Sharon having no choice but to marry the old baron and, thus, embarked on her path of debauchery by entering the beds of multiple men? But deep in her heart, she still harbors a pure space. Every night, when it's quiet, she takes out this photo and strokes it with tears on her face. Klein instantly imagined the plot of a great romantic tragedy. But the more he looked at it, the more something seemed amiss. The young man in the photo seemed, perhaps, a little too much like Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's brother? She's a beyonder. FK, could she also be of the demonist pathway? The same as instigator Trissy. Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration which scared himself. Could the reason Trissy stayed in Tingen this long be because her partner was here? Klein observed the photo closely, realizing that the young man looked remarkably like Madame Sharon. His nearly transparent face grimaced in pain. He could no longer view that porno the same way as before. Collecting himself, Klein felt for the corners of the safe to see if they hid anything. Even though he couldn't pick up any papers in his current state, passing through objects was a different feeling from passing through the air. The feeling was also different when passing through objects of different densities. In his search, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe facing the wall, a hidden compartment. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein made his way inside. What entered his field of vision were ointments, fragrances, powdered herbs, and other objects. The centerpiece was a statue of a god that took the form of a skeleton. The statue was about the size of a palm and probably of a beautiful girl. It had long hair all the way to its heels. Each strand of hair was thick and clear, like a venomous snake. Situated at the tip of every strand of hair was an eye, some closed, others open. Klein was shocked. He caught a whiff of an evil scent and hurried out of the hidden compartment. He now understood why his divination for any secret rooms or partitions in the room had failed. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 196. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Klein rushed out of the heavy safe in retreat. Only when he realized that everything seemed fine did he calm down. That white bone statue is creepy. Although it isn't dangerous, it gives me the creeps. Could it be the so-called primordial demonis? An evil god like the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator? Klein recalled his hunches about Madame Sharon, and he suddenly understood what existence the white bone statue might represent. Just as he thought, his spirituality stirred as an ominous premonition gripped him. Klein quickly flew next to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside. He saw a carriage driving towards the front gate under the light of the gas street lamps. Madame Sharon is back? There was a tug at his heartstrings as he finally understood the source of his ominous premonition. Taking into consideration that Trissy only became a woman after Sequence 8 instigator, Madame Sharon was most likely a Sequence 7. And since Madame Sharon has been active in Tinjan social circles for many years, she was most likely much stronger than Trissy. Klein didn't dare to take the risk of relying on his flaring sun charm and Azic's copper whistle. Instead, he made the wise decision to leave. He had a limited number of charms. Plus, he didn't know when he would be able to get the sealed artifact, mutated sun sacred emblem, out again. Hence, if it wasn't a desperate situation, Klein didn't want to waste his most powerful charms. He would also have the issue of explaining himself if he were to use it. I can't just tell Dunn that a kind expert had happened to pass by and help me, right? As for why he didn't want to use Azic's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the messenger that was summoned had the ability to fight. What if it just looked strong but only knew how to send letters? With what I discovered earlier, it should be sufficient for the Nighthawk squad to take action. Why should I fight against Madame Sharon alone? We can totally gank her. Klein emphasized inwardly and ended his summoning. With a whoosh, he returned to the world above the grey fog. He then quickly wrapped himself in spirituality and stimulated a rapid descent to return to his body in reality. He quickly put out the flame and put away the candle. He removed the wall of spirituality and left Madame Sharon's bedroom. He took the same path back, but he didn't have the time to reset the bolt on the balcony door. Sliding down the water pipe, Klein climbed over the wall which was opposite the entrance of the house. He remained hidden until he reached the neighboring street. Then, he hired the expensive night carriage to Zootland Street. Madame Sharon, who looked beautiful in her black dress, slowly walked to the second floor. She dismissed her maidservants and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure clear eyes suddenly concentrated and reflected fine threads that were almost transparent and unnoticeable. They didn't possess the luster of spirituality, they were like human hair that was pathologically changed. If one didn't already know of their existence or have a pair of very special eyes, they wouldn't notice the strands. All those fine threads had torn and fallen to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and directed her focus onto the thick grey metal safe. 36, Zootland Street, the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression. He sighed and said, "Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Sharon's house to do an initial search? Did you encounter some sort of problem?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the Demonist sect." "A member of the Demonist sect?" Dunn lowered the newspaper and ruminated over the words. He then asked seriously, "What did you discover?" Klein didn't sit down, he leaned his body forward and supported his weight with his hands holding the edge of the work desk. First, I found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. If he were to change into female clothing, put on makeup, and Photoshop the picture a little, he would look exactly like Madame Sharon. Klein held back his urge to lampoon. Similar to instigator Trissy? Dunn's eye sparkled as he was enlightened. They had previously predicted that Trissy was most likely a member of the Demonist sect. Yes. Klein nodded with mixed emotions as he continued, I used divination to discover that Madame Sharon has a white bone statue in a hidden compartment in her safe. It's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long, to her ankles. Every single strand is as thick as a venomous snake. On the tips, there were eyes. They looked rather creepy. Captain, is that the image of the primordial Demoness? As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the Demonist sect that he could read was very limited. Dunn recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, that's the image of the primordial Demoness. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon. Klein immediately agreed and said, if Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder from the Demonist sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her bedroom. Then, he suddenly felt puzzled as he blurted, Captain, why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols without any actual image, while the evil gods that I'm currently aware of have anthropomorphic appearances? The true creator and the primordial Demoness are examples. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods? Why would there be such a difference? Klein added inwardly, but he wisely didn't say it out. That's one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods. Dunn gave a reassuring answer. Then, he got up and walked towards the clothes rack. He said, let's not delay any further, I'm worried that Madame Sharon will run away. Then, Dunn paused. Go upstairs to get Kenley. With the 3 of us taking action together, we can apply for 1 sealed artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than a sequence 7 beyonder. Captain, you're so wise. Klein answered without hesitation, all right. Then, he asked curiously, Captain, which sealed artifact are you going to use? Dunn weighed his words before he answered, 3-0217. As there weren't many sealed artifacts behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate, Klein quickly remembered what Captain wanted to use. Number, 0217. Name, Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger grade, 3, considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be requested for operations that require 3 or more people. Discover new chapters on n0velbin.com. Security classification, official Nighthawk member or above. Sealed method, store in absolute darkness. Description, the back of the mirror is plated in mercury, the front of the mirror has 3 minor cracks. The very first investigator that looked into the mirror saw a sobbing girl with long hair. Then, he discovered the girl climbing out of the mirror. From many experiments with the artifact, the image that's reflected in the mirror is different most of the time. Even if the same person uses it repeatedly, they would encounter different things of varying danger levels. But they would prioritize dealing with the person who looked at the mirror first. The most dangerous situation is to see oneself in the mirror. If no one looks at the mirror, under the prerequisite of there being light, an image would surface automatically every 3 hours. It doesn't possess any living traits. Remark, the mirror originally belonged to a spirit medium and was a very ordinary mirror until one day the spirit medium committed suicide when looking into it. Indeed, that there aren't many sealed artifacts behind Chinese Gate that can be used in a beyonder battle. 3-0217 is a good choice. Klein didn't speak further as he immediately ran to the Nighthawk's recreation room to get Sleepless Kenley. That night was Royal's turn to be on duty at Chinese Gate. Leonard was off duty, Seekatron was patrolling areas like Raphael Cemetery, and the new member would only arrive on Sunday. Hence, Dunn could only pick from Fry and Kenley. Taking into consideration that Madame Sharon was from the Demonist sect and had little to do with dead spirits, he had opted for the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from the basement. He held the mirror that was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloth. Frankly speaking, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't be able to tell that it's a mirror. None of it is exposed. Klein went forward with the petite-sized Kenley. You're in charge of using sealed artifact 3-0217. Dunn passed the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing that, Klein suddenly realized that he was a Sequence 8 Beyonder and that he possessed the ability to fight head-on. He couldn't just hide by the side as support. Man, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charms in his pockets and made sure that he was well prepared. The only problem is that in order to make it easier to climb, I'm not bringing my cane. I can borrow Kenley's. He has the mirror in one hand and a gun in the other, that should be sufficient. Amidst Klein's thoughts, the trio arrived downstairs and took a carriage to Osner Street. On their way there, Kenley looked at the sealed artifact 3-0217 in his hands. He sighed from the tension. This is the first time I've been involved in such a dangerous operation. Normally, the Nighthawks wouldn't use any sealed artifacts to deal with Beyonder incidents. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for the mutated Sun's sacred emblem for preventive purposes. Given how far away Morristown was, it would have taken backups and time to arrive if they needed it. This time, they were almost certain that their target was a mid-sequence Beyonder. Don't worry, perhaps Madame Sharon has already fled, Klein replied with a smile. Honestly, he was just as tense as Kenley. Dan's eyes turned and looked at him helplessly. Let's try not to let Madame Sharon escape. About 20 minutes later, the three Nighthawks arrived at Osner Street. They saw the garden and Madame Sharon's house in the darkness. The house lay in silence as though nothing had happened. Klein took out the pendulum in his left sleeve and made a quick divination. There's danger inside. There's danger inside. After he recited the statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were considered medium level. It meant that there was danger in there. Not very high, but it wasn't very low either. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 197. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. There's danger in there. Not very high, but it isn't very low either. This means that Madame Sharon is still in the building. She hasn't fled yet. Klein froze for a moment, quickly realizing the reason. He had entered a unique state by summoning himself to inspect the safe. He hadn't forcefully broken the lock when he was inspecting the secret compartment, nor did he activate any hidden traps. Thus, Madame Sharon wouldn't have discovered that her secret had been exposed. She would only think that there was a break-in, or some private investigator was checking on her to no avail. In such a situation, it was logical that she would continue to stay home. It made logical sense. To lose composure from a tiny matter and overreact wasn't the Madame Sharon whom Klein had come to understand. She was a calm socialite who was capable of acting afraid and pitiful, as well as a Beyonder member of the Demonist sect who had kept her identity hidden for many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon definitely would have called one of her lovers and complained about the security in Tingen City whilst hinting that it was Madame Maynard. Klein began imagining a melodramatic plot. He told Dunn and Kenley the results of his divination as well as his guess. That's the most reasonable deduction. Dunn pressed down on his hat as he looked at the second floor of Madame Sharon's apartment. There's no need for us to rush in. Why? Kenley, who was holding sealed artifact 3-0217, instinctively asked. He was filled with fear towards the spirit medium mirror in his hands. He was afraid that some unexpected event would arise from the sealed artifact. Dunn wore his black gloves and looked at Klein. Do you still remember what happened when we tried to capture Instigator Trissy? I remember, Klein replied after some thought. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and make the necessary responses, which resulted in her successful escape. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me how I would deal with the situation. That was the safest, most surefire method. But not this time. We can't use it here as there are many innocent maids in Madame Sharon's house. If we notified them in advance and got them to evacuate, that would definitely catch Madame Sharon's attention. According to Leonard, Trissy could turn invisible. We have to assume that Madame Sharon has that ability too. Klein connected the dots at once. Dunn looked at the crimson moon in the sky and said, "Good, your answer is very good. You're rather intuitive in such situations. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream from a distance. If I'm successful, you and Kenley will go and capture her? Well, you can make the decision of whether to kill her or not. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance. Captain, your line of thought is always so clear at such critical moments. I was just waiting for you to say that." Klein praised in his heart. Over the months, Klein had grasped most of the unique traits of the different beyond the powers of his partners when he was casually chatting with Dunn, Leonard, Fry, and the rest. Amongst those, Dunn Smith, who was a nightmare, could freely enter the dreams of a sleeping person even though he was at home or at the Blackthorn Security Company. But how he did it was a secret of his own sequence, and Klein didn't ask about it too deeply. The ability to drag someone into a dream had a limited range and was normally used during direct confrontations. But Klein had once heard the captain say that the ability also had a certain effect when used within a 100-meter radius. But he needed time to complete the process. He couldn't do it instantly, for the process was similar to coaxing a child to sleep. At this moment, Dunn was going to drag the distant Madame Sharon into a sleeping state, a little at a time. After completing the first stages of the restraint, he was going to create the most opportunistic conditions for Klein and Kenley. All right. Kenley was also rather accepting of the captain's plan. Without any more chatter, Dunn leaned on the corner of a wall and shut his eyes. He put his hands together and lowered his head. His black windbreaker and silk hat blended into the night. In the opulent bedroom, Madame Sharon was leaning on her comfortable rocking chair, completely naked. Her fair and excellent figure was completely exposed. She sometimes turned her head towards the full-length mirror to admire her charming self. As she looked, her face would flush red as tears welled in her eyes. Her expression emitted a strange tenderness amidst her stupor. The skeletal statue of the goddess was sitting on the table beside her. The thick strands of hair seemed gentle under the warm, pink light. Slowly, the frequency in which Madame Sharon looked into the mirror decreased. Bit by bit, her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Seconds turned into minutes when Klein suddenly recalled something. How was the captain going to notify Kenley and himself after he successfully dragged Madame Sharon into a dream? Madame Sharon would wake up if the captain left his nightmare state, and she would notice that something was off. I wonder if the captain is capable of giving hand signs while dreaming at the same time? Klein looked at the worried Kenley pacing around and intended to discuss this with him in order to distract him. At that moment, his mind turned into a blur. He saw a giant crimson moon, as well as Captain Dunn Smith in his black windbreaker under the moon. There was also the short Kenley, his expression dazed. Klein realized that he too was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by the captain. So that's how he was going to notify us. He wanted to facepalm himself, but could only maintain his trance-like state while saying muddle-headedly, "Captain?" Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now." He then emphasized, "Remember to be careful and don't be too reckless. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks." Just as he finished his sentence, the world before Klein shattered. His eyes reflected Dunn Smith again. He was still at the corner of the wall, looking down with his hand clenched tightly into fists. On the other side, Kenley, who had stopped pacing about, also opened his eyes. The duo exchanged looks and nodded. Both of them entered a state to execute their operation. Even though this was the first time Kenley was participating in a relatively dangerous mission, he was still more experienced than Klein. He had attended many official missions, so he quickly adjusted his mental state, becoming calm and sharp. Of course, this could also be attributed to the augmentation the night had on a sleepless. This was also one of the reasons Dunn had chosen Kenley over Fry for this operation. Let's go. As a Sequence 8, Klein took on the role of the leader, signaling for his partner to follow. Kenley didn't object. He gripped the tightly wrapped mirror and softened his footsteps as he followed. Klein led him to the place where he scaled the wall previously. He grabbed onto the crevices of the wall and made it to the top of the wall with little effort. He maintained his ridiculous sense of balance and turned around, bending down and grabbing the spirit medium mirror Kenley had tossed over. The moment he touched the mirror, Klein felt his spiritual perception tighten suddenly. It was as if what was covered by the black cloth wasn't a mirror, but a door to some unknown, dangerous alternate world. Indeed, any item that requires sealing has some malefic side to it. Klein internally muttered to himself wistfully as he watched Kenley scale the wall. Find news stories on november/elbin.com. In order to facilitate movement, Kenley had placed his cane beside Dunn. Klein didn't dwell on that matter. After making their way through the garden to the side of the building, he climbed the pipe up to the balcony of the second floor, just as he did before. He then hung naturally from his feet, allowing his body to fall, once again taking sealed artifact 3-0271. Kenley looked at him, puzzled. But immediately, he nodded his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions. He exerted a force using his waist, and, with the support of his left hand, he easily flipped over. What happened just now? Why did I move like that? It felt so natural. Is that an ability of the clown? He thought back and felt that he was able to better display the unique characteristics of a clown in actual practice. After waiting for Kenley to easily make his way up, Klein handed the spirit medium mirror back to him before pulling open the unlocked door of the balcony. Kenley carefully pulled away the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 3-0271. He pointed the object mirror side down, reflecting the tiles on the ground. One of the rules of the spirit medium mirror was not to use it on yourself or your partners. After putting away the black cloth, Kenley took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. They made their way past the corridor towards Madame Sharon's bedroom, their footsteps light. Klein wielded his readied revolver, and, while activating his spirit vision, he reached out for the door handle with his left hand. He didn't dare to be careless since his divination told him that there would be danger present. The reason why he didn't make another quick divination was that he knew the presence of the primordial demoness statue in the room. At this distance, his divination would definitely be interrupted. He knew that there was no way for him to get a clear answer without relying on the grey fog's obstruction. Furthermore, with Kenley beside him, there was no way for him to enter that mysterious space. After pushing open the door, what entered Klein and Kenley's field of vision was the warm light from the gas lamp. Then, they saw Madame Sharon slumped over her chair, as well as her alluring body. However, Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was reclined in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Instinctively, Kenley flipped his palm and pointed the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein first froze, then exclaimed, "No." He clearly remembered that there was a full-length mirror on the other side of the chair. But it wasn't there now. The spirit medium mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon in just a second. But that image of Madame Sharon became blurry before turning into a full-length mirror. Kenley looked at himself in the mirror and also sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting his own image. A figure instantly appeared within the spirit medium mirror. It was an expressionless, sinister image of Kenley himself. Klein felt his limbs turn rigid as if he had been entangled by invisible threads. An elegant figure appeared beside the full-length mirror. It was Madame Sharon, wearing a nightgown. She glanced at the two intruders and chuckled. "If it wasn't for the fact that the statue happened to be beside me, I should be deep asleep now, waiting for you to wake me up with a kiss." At that moment, Klein suddenly shouted a simple term in ancient Hermes, "Crimson." He had no idea when he dug his left palm into his pocket. He deftly flicked his fingers and tossed out a slumber charm. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 198. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The silver charm suddenly turned ice cold, just like a crystal coat with layers of frost. Klein shivered and suddenly became more alert. His fear and agitation temporarily froze. He quickly injected his spirituality into the charm and pushed the thin silver piece out of his pocket with his fingertip, causing it to drop to his feet. A crimson flame appeared in the air, and the sound of light, continuous explosions echoed in the room. A serene and deep feeling instantly emanated and engulfed most of the bedroom, including Madame Sharon, sleepless Kenley, and also Klein himself. The slumber charm was an item that didn't distinguish between the enemy and the caster. In most situations, using it meant throwing it at the enemy. That way, the caster would only be affected by the remnant shock waves, but not to the extent of failing to resist the temptation of falling into a deep sleep. But Klein's arms were entangled by countless invisible threads. He couldn't throw the charm, so he could only exchange Madame Sharon's slumber with his. But he had long considered such a situation and was prepared. This was because his body was unique, a uniqueness that was unlike most low-sequence beyonders. In that instant, Klein's eyelids closed and entered into deep sleep normally, while Madame Sharon and Kenley also appeared to slow down. Klein quickly realized that he was in a dream and rationally knew that he was sleeping. Whenever anything related to dream invasions or similar hypnotic effects were used on him, he could still maintain consciousness. He had discovered this when he was dealing with Dun's nightmare powers, as well as when Daly was channeling his spirit. Catcher. Klein tore out of the dream forcefully and woke up. He felt the countless threads binding his arms, legs, and body loosen. As for Madame Sharon, she had a vacant look, as though she was going to shake off the effect of the slumber charm, but had yet to wake up entirely. Kenley was on the ground with the spirit medium mirror flipped upside down nearby, while his revolver had been flung to the door. An opportunity. Read latest chapters at n/of elbin.co/m. Klein seized the moment while the fine threads loosened. He took out his left hand and snapped his fingers. He lit up a faint blue spiritual flame and burned the countless fine threads before him. At the same time, he picked up his revolver with his right hand and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! The two silver demon-hunting bullets tore through the barrel and fired towards Madame Sharon. Klein didn't confirm the outcome but bent his knees, exerted strength in his waist, and leaped over to Kenley. Simultaneously, he broke the fine strings that were tied around his body. His earlier shots were mainly to inform the captain that something unexpected had happened inside. They were already fighting and were in need of assistance. Of course, if he could shoot Madame Sharon directly, that'd be the best outcome. However, Klein didn't believe a sequence 7 or 6 beyonder could be taken care of so easily. There were faint blue flames twirling in the air, dancing across the fine threads in the room. In such a dreamy scenery, the two silver demon-hunting bullets struck Madame Sharon's body. Catcher! Catcher! Madame Sharon was in her translucent sleeping robe, and her indistinct body shattered like the crimson moon's reflection in a lake. The full body mirror next to her cracked into pieces, and most of them shattered into about thumbnail-sized chunks, while a small amount remained on the frame. They all resembled palms, strangely shaped palms. A substitute? A beyonder power of the Demonis sequence. The corner of Klein's eye swept over it as he already rolled next to Kenley. Since the fine strings were all broken by his movement, the faint blue flames didn't spread over. At that moment, Madame Sharon had vanished, but the sleeping Kenley lifted his hands and gripped his neck so tightly that his saliva began flowing out as his tongue protruded. But he didn't seem like he was going to stop. But in Klein's spirit vision, there weren't any abnormal things around. He suddenly recalled the description of sealed artifact 3-0271. The most dangerous situation is when you see yourself. Could it be that Kenley saw his own reflection in sealed artifact 3-0271 through the full body mirror? Klein speculated. He quickly took out another silver charm without having the luxury of time to think about it. It was a triangular-shaped item, a requiem charm. Crimson. Klein said the ancient Hermes word while he instilled his spirituality into the charm and threw it out. Then, he pressed down his left hand and grabbed the spirit medium mirror. He used the corner of his eye to determine that the sealed artifact was facing downward so it wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm ignited into icy blue flames. The gentle and serene darkness blanketed Kenley and affected Klein himself. The nervous emotions dispersed in that instant. Kenley relaxed his hands on his throat, while Klein felt like he was standing before his oriel window at home, overlooking the quiet streets. His physical and mental state was at peace. That was exactly what Klein wanted. At that very moment, he entered an extremely serene state. He appeared to be the only person left in the entire world with nothing else in existence. Within this sense of calmness, he suddenly had a gut feeling in his mind. Madame Sharon is about to attack my right waist. That was the foresight ability of a clown in battle. Without any hesitation, Klein lifted the spirit medium mirror and rolled to his left. Just as he moved, a dagger, burning in dark flames, pierced the spot where he had stood earlier. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly lifted the spirit medium mirror and pointed it at Madame Sharon. Besides saving his teammate, his main goal when he got close to Kenley was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't believe that anything good would come out of waiting for the captain's reinforcements while being next to Madame Sharon. The flaring sun charm could be used to fight against a Beyonder, but the effect wouldn't be as significant as if it was used against a dead spirit. Plus, the other person wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to use a charm. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use Azic's copper whistle. Regarding how he would explain it, he would think about it after he managed to stay alive. However, things developed better than Klein had predicted. Madame Sharon opted for assassination. She didn't interrupt his use of the Requiem charm and the spirit medium mirror. Therefore, Klein had instantly formulated a simple plan. He didn't avoid the repercussions of the Requiem charm but relied on it to enhance his foresight ability as a clown. Then, he seized the opportunity to dodge the attack while he used the spirit medium mirror to reflect the enemy. When Madame Sharon missed her strike, she immediately wanted to chase after her agile opponent who was rolling away. She suddenly saw a mirror with 3 cracks. The surface of the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, hanging low and blocking her face. Klein's left hand shook, and the spirit medium mirror glided on the carpet for a dozen centimeters with the front facing upwards. A pale hand extended out of the mirror, and a woman in a white bedsheet-like dress climbed out of the mirror quickly and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression became gloomy. There was a layer of darkness above her innocent brown eyes. Her surroundings ignited with 7 black flames. With a swoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress. Whoosh! The woman caught on fire and wailed in pain. Very soon, she vanished into thin air. Sue! 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 The black flames flew at Klein one after another like bullets. Klein's pupils constricted as he quickly rolled away. He didn't dare stay in that spot. However, his action of rolling gradually became slower because there seemed to be fine threads entangling him again. They slowed him down and affected his motion. It seemed like the nemesis of the clown's combat abilities. The black flames flew past Klein's face and fell onto Madame Sharon's bed. However, it didn't burn, seemingly effective on items with life or spirituality. Klein had yet to feel rejoice over his successful dodge when another premonition flashed through his head. He twisted his spine and changed his forward flip into a side roll. A transparent ice crystal suddenly appeared like a spear and stabbed into the carpet where Klein had originally intended to land. The white frost expanded and struck Klein, whose actions were affected by the fine threads. He suddenly shivered, and his body became stiff. Although he could still move, he was much slower. Madame Sharon had black flames surrounding her again, and there was a transparent ice spear that condensed in her hands. Klein didn't hesitate any further as he shoved his hand into his pocket and grabbed Azic's copper whistle. He. Just then, Kenley shook off the effect of the Requiem and slumber charms. He got up and looked towards Madame Sharon with a pair of vacant-looking eyes. His face seemed to be blanketed by a shadow, making him look silent yet creepy. Thud. 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 Kenley leaped at Madame Sharon, who was the closest. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot the black flames surrounding her one after another at Kenley. Puff! Puff puff! The black flames disappeared like snowflakes and didn't have any effect. Klein was stunned at first, then he lifted the gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger while aiming at Madame Sharon. Bang! Madame Sharon dodged ahead of time and threw the frost spear towards Kenley, but it only penetrated his clothes and not his skin. Hence, it didn't create a freezing effect. Bang! Klein fired again, and Madame Sharon dodged to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to walk swiftly and dodged another bullet. She then used the irregular fragment to reflect Kenley as he leaped over at her. Right on the heels of that, Madame Sharon dodged to the side as she swiped the mirror with her palm, which was covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had emptied his revolver. He had no choice but to throw it, letting the empty shells and revolver fall to the carpet. Just as he rolled over to pick up Kenley's revolver, he heard his teammate's tragic scream. Kenley stopped before bending over and vomiting. It was bile at first, then a red heart, followed by his lungs and stomach that were burning with black flames. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 199. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The beating heart, the yellowish-green liquid, the silently burning black flames, and the falling figure entered Klein's field of vision and etched themselves deeply into Klein's mind. The most dangerous mission he had encountered up to this date had been when he was dealing with Ray Bieber, who was in the midst of digesting. Even such a terrifying and dangerous monster had only resulted in severe injuries to the Beyonders on the mission. No one had to sacrifice their lives. The deaths of the Beyonders Klein had witnessed, including old Niels, were all due to them losing control. The murderer might be strange and indescribable or related to evil gods, but they had nothing to do with the missions they undertook. Now, he was looking at one of his partners being killed in action. The death was purely due to one mistake. Nighthawks were fighting against madness, but so were they also fighting against danger. There might never be an opportunity to make up for that one mistake. Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. Apparently having taken a huge blow, he knelt down and lifted his right hand, firing successive shots at Madame Sharon. The silver demon-hunting bullets pierced through the invisible threads and shot towards her head and transparent sleeping gown. Suddenly, Madame Sharon appeared to be yanked in another direction by something, allowing her to successfully avoid Klein's manic shooting. Klein only managed to collect himself and regain the ability of rational thought when he finished firing the 5 bullets in his revolver, and the sound of the hammer striking an empty chamber entered his ears. His heart tightened. Without any time to reload, he tossed the revolver to the side and took out a stack of tarot cards. Pa! Madame Sharon's body moved to the side and saw a card fly past her, piercing deeply into the surface of the makeup table. She smiled, her beautiful brown eyes once again taking on a black luster. At that moment, her waterfall-like brown hair suddenly flailed into the air like it was lifted by an invisible force. Madame Sharon froze. She wanted to dodge, but she was too slow. Klein had tossed out a magician card, successfully pinning her hair to the wall. Pa! Madame Sharon forcefully tore away her hair and rolled forward, her body quickly vanishing from Klein's line of sight. She's turned invisible again. Klein had a tarot card between his fingers as he slowly turned around while being alert of his surroundings. Suddenly, he realized why Madame Sharon had to give up her attack, and why she had slowed down. If the situation had developed normally, Klein would have had no choice but to use Azic's copper whistle to deal with this terrifying demoness. Yes. The captain must be around here somewhere. He felt a little excited. He looked around, his gaze instinctively falling on the window. At the same time, he made a judgment in his heart. Madame Sharon wants to flee. She knew that we still have a partner with the ability to drag her into a dream, but she was unsure if there would be other reinforcements from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Even though she's powerful, there's no way that she can wipe out a team of Beyonders on her own. With that thought, Klein flicked his wrist, tossing the tarot card towards the window. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He threw out 5 cards in succession, 3 sealing the window and the other 2 towards the door. Crack! Thud! Thud! Amidst the sound of shattering glass, 2 tarot cards dug into the ajar bedroom door, one after the other. As he expected, Klein heard the sound of dodging. He once again tossed cards out, making use of his clown's intuition to pinpoint where he should be aiming. The cards pierced through the air and rapidly advanced before drilling themselves into the sturdy wall. However, a figure was quickly outlined in the air. It was none other than the brown-haired Madame Sharon, who was in a translucent sleeping gown. The moment Madame Sharon was exposed, her eyes lost their focus, as though she was falling asleep standing. Captain! Klein scanned his surroundings but was in no hurry to throw his cards. This was because he knew that Madame Sharon would quickly break out of the dream. He had to deal fatal damage in these 2 or 3 seconds, or their opponent would escape. Any/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. It was easy to escape from a nightmare when there was a huge distance between them. Bending his knees, Klein rolled forward diagonally. He went prone and extended his right hand, grabbing the edge of the spirit medium mirror that was facing upward. He then flicked his wrist before his reflection could appear in the mirror. He tossed sealed artifact 3-0271 towards Madame Sharon, mirror side facing her. Madame Sharon's body trembled. The color of her brown eyes was quickly restored as they once again found their focus. An awakening before her was a crystalline layer of sturdy frost that appeared on the surface of her body. However, she didn't see the card, nor the demon-hunting bullet approaching her. All she saw was a mirror, and that the mirror was reflecting her innocent, yet alluring beauty. That beautiful face in the mirror suddenly became contorted. Wrinkles, gashes of blood, and rotting spots appeared on her face. No! Madame Sharon let out a shrill cry as if she had just witnessed someone she loved die. Her skin quickly took on a green color as yellow pus flowed out the corner of her eyes. After a moment of suffering, a silent black flame burned outward from within Madame Sharon, as if she was trying to expel something. The black flames then condensed into a thick frost, as if it was creating a coffin for an eternal rest. The invisible threads finally took on a color that was visible to the human eye. They enveloped the frost, forming a gigantic cocoon. Thud! 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 Sealed artifact 3-0271 fell onto the ground and tumbled before stopping beside Madame Sharon's giant cocoon. At that moment, Dunn broke through the window frame and somersaulted into the room. He caught sight of Kenley, who had stopped breathing, and his expression sank. It was at this moment the cocoon cracked open. The coffin of ice crumbled an inch at a time as black flames turned into specks of light, dissipating into the surroundings. Madame Sharon's skin had regained its normal color. Her eyes showed fatigue, but she seemed normal. Her eyes reflected Klein, who was still sprawled on the ground. She also saw Dunn Smith, his finger pressed on his glabella with his eyes closed. A formless ripple spread outward from Dunn as Madame Sharon's eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Under Dunn's windbreaker were writhing, snake-like objects. Klein knew that the captain couldn't restrain Madame Sharon for long, just like when they were previously fighting Monster Bieber. Klein rolled forward again, grabbed his revolver, the one he had previously tossed onto the carpet. He grabbed 3 demon-hunting bullets with his left hand and familiarity stuffed them into the round chambers. Pa! Klein closed the cylinder and stood up, taking aim at Madame Sharon with both hands on the gun. He aimed at the center of her forehead. Bang! He controlled his body with the abilities of the clown and pulled the trigger. The silver demon-hunting bullet pierced through the air, accurately hitting the fixed target. A bloody gash appeared between Madame Sharon's eyes, but the bullet seemed to tear through multiple layers of obstruction, causing it to lose the bulk of its power, rendering it unable to pierce through the target's skull. Klein fired another 2 shots without hesitation when he saw Madame Sharon suddenly open her eyes. Bang! Bang! A rain of blood splattered amidst white dots. The stunning beauty that was Madame Sharon had become a mutilated corpse that would incite nightmares in every man. She had long run out of substitutes to use. Phew. Phew. Klein lowered his arms and panted heavily. Madame Sharon, with only half her head left, slumped onto the ground. She still had an exceptional figure, her skin still white and tender. Dunn straightened himself up and opened his eyes. He, too, lowered his hand from his glabella, his face a little pale. He wasn't injured, but he looked as though he had lost a lot of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to kill a few people before she tried to escape, if it wasn't for sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting herself by chance, we probably would have only been able to injure her. Dunn slowly walked forward to Klein's side, his voice unusually low. If it wasn't for how unique I was, I would have died along with Kenley in the first 10 seconds of the battle. Klein turned to look at Kenley, who was silently lying on the black ash. He exhaled. Captain Kenley. I know. Dunn replied with a raspy voice. I made a mistake. I was fooled by Madame Sharon. I didn't expect her to secretly escape from the dream. He paused, then he said in a serious tone, but you have to get used to this. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps the next one to die would be me. Klein fell silent, not knowing how to reply. Kenley still had his eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling. May the goddess bless you. May you find true peace. Dunn walked over to Kenley's side and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He then squatted and closed his partner's eyes. May the goddess bless you. May the serene night no longer harbor any danger or madness. Klein also drew the crimson moon as he prayed silently in his heart. A few seconds later, he forcefully retracted his gaze and asked in a heavy voice, Captain, should I channel her spirit now? Dunn nodded indiscernibly. Don't attempt to ask about the primordial demoness. That's very dangerous. I'll guard you and prevent any accidents from disturbing you. Klein didn't tarry. He took out the various ingredients and quickly set up an altar, starting the mediumship ritual. After reciting the incantations, he took a step back and used a dream divination. Madame Sharon's partners. Madame Sharon's partners. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein entered a dream. He saw Madame Sharon's soul within the hazy world. He reached out to the transparent, ethereal soul, and the scene before his eyes changed. It was a night scene. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a long black robe, handed an ancient bronze book over to Instigator Trissy. She laughed a little manically after hearing the latter's doubt over the term witch. Weren't you always curious? Curious about why our upper echelons are all female? So it really was the Demonist sect. Leonard's guess accurately matches the truth, he really does have a huge secret. The corresponding sequence 7 for Assassin and Instigator is witch. What a trap. Klein thought to himself. The scene immediately changed. Klein saw a vast hall with narrow windows all around the place and a lady clad in a pure white robe. Her back was facing Madame Sharon as she said with a smile, we can reach sainthood as long as we advance towards the primordial. We can attain power, attain salvation, and avoid the end of days. Madame Sharon lowered her head and asked curiously, why must we become women? Is it because the primordial is a woman? Do women symbolize destruction and calamity? The lady whose back was facing Madame Sharon answered calmly, no, men are the same, they are the synonym of war. These are two similar pathways. Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 200. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Synonym of war. A similar sequence as the Demonist sequence pathway. Which one would it be? Klein watched the movie-like scene as he recalled the sequence pathways that he knew of. As he was only an official Nighthawk, there was still a lot of information that he couldn't access. He was still in the dark about the names of the mid to high sequences and their corresponding traits. He only knew about the few that he had learned from the eternal blazing sun, such as the Priest of Light and the Unshadowed, the God of Combat sequence pathway that he found out from the Young Man, Sun, such as Dawn Paladin, Guardian, and Demon Hunter, as well as Spirit Guide and Gatekeeper, which he found out from Daly and Dunn. Hence, it was difficult for him to judge which sequence pathway would be a synonym of war. He could only eliminate them one by one, such as the God of Combat sequence pathway, which seemed more like individual battles rather than war. Klein thought about it and minimized the scope to 5 options. First was the Arbiter sequence pathway, which the Lun Kingdom's ruler, the Augustus family, and the Phainopota Kingdom's Castia family were in control of. But Klein felt that this option was the least likely because the Arbiter's corresponding Sequence 8 was Sheriff and Sequence 7 was Interrogator, which both seemed to be leaning towards trial and judgment but not towards war. Second was the 4th Epoch Solomon Empire's pathway of the Dark Emperor. Its Sequence 9's modern name was Lawyer, which was good at discovering and using the flaws and weaknesses of an opponent, while also possessing outstanding eloquence and logical thinking. That was the second lowest possible sequence pathway. He suspected that the development of the sequence would make use of rules and walked in the shadow of order. Of course, war was also considered as one of the shadows of order. Third was the Hunter sequence pathway that was in the control of the Faisak Empire's rulers, the Einhorn family, the Intis Republic's former royal family, the Sauron family, and also the hidden organization that only appeared in the last 200 to 300 years, the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Klein thought it was quite possible. The Nighthawk's confidential information described hunters as excellent trackers, outstanding trap masters, and superb hunters. The corresponding Sequence 8 was Provoker, while Sequence 7 was Pyromaniac. Both were partially associated with massacre and war. Fourth was the ancient organization Blood Sanctify sect that worshipped demons. They were in control of the criminal sequence pathway. From the sequence title itself, Klein felt that it had a high possibility. Fifth was the Rose school of thought that was known for bloody rituals. They had the prisoner sequence pathway, and the reason was the same as the one before. Just as Klein was drowning in his own thoughts, the scene before him changed. Madame Sharon had just finished showering, and her wet hair hung low. There was a fresh yet seductive charm on her face. I can't see the woman in the white robe that turned Madame Sharon into a demoness. It might be because my psychic ability is still lacking. Klein reined back his thoughts and redirected his attention to what was before his eyes. Madame Sharon flipped her hair, and water droplets glided down her cheeks. She looked towards the man who was waiting on the bed as she giggled and said, "Do you need me to take care of Maynard?" The middle-aged man on the bed creased his eyebrows and shook his head. "Not unless you can guarantee that there won't be any traces left behind." "But that's impossible. Besides, what means do you have?" Looking at the man before him, Klein was taken aback at first before suddenly feeling that it was within expectations. The middle-aged man's photo often appeared on the front page of the Tingen City Honest paper and other newspapers. He was the current mayor that was looking to be re-elected, a member of Conservative Party. Madame Sharon smiled but didn't delve deeper into the topic. Her robe was halfway up her legs, and she walked gracefully to the side of the bed. The scenery before him changed one after another until Klein saw many members of parliament, businessmen, and civil servants who appeared on the newspaper occasionally. They would either discuss how to receive donations, bribe voters by going around the Campaign Act, or promise protection and solve problems. In the entire development, Madame Sharon acted as a broker. This is actually a documentary, right? Tour the upper circles of Tingen with Madame Sharon. Well, but why are there so many bed scenes? Many nobles and members of parliament knew that Madame Sharon had many lovers, so why did they look like they couldn't resist the temptation? Was this an ability of Madame Sharon's sequence? Klein watched thoughtfully as he speculated. Explore new novels on novelbin.com. Through the divination earlier, he was certain that none of the guys in Tingen's upper circles knew of Madame Sharon's true identity, nor did they collude with her to murder Maynard. In other words, Maynard's death was Madame Sharon's own decision. Why? She had no reason to take the risk. Of course, from Madame Sharon's perspective, she possessed the beyonder power to interfere in divination, and she could also create a sudden death from sexual pleasure and make the death appear natural and accidental. Killing Maynard wasn't something risky that would expose her identity, but she clearly lacks a motive. It doesn't match the risk involved. Could it be one of the requirements of her acting? but she could definitely find someone whose identity and status wasn't as sensitive. Then, the case wouldn't have fallen to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. The most important point was that Madame Sharon should have been able to tell that Maynard's wife hated her and was extremely indignant. That made it highly likely that someone would be sent to investigate her, so why didn't she move those sensitive items like the white bone statue away? She could have buried it in the garden or something. Was she so confident in the security of her safe and its hidden compartment? Amidst his suspicion, Klein saw that Madame Sharon's spirit had yet to disperse. He seized the opportunity to do another dream divination. This time, his divination involved Madame Sharon's true motive for killing John Maynard. After he recited it in silence, Klein entered a dream once again and saw a new scene. Madame Sharon held a glass of red wine which resembled blood. In her loose sleeping gown, she was pacing back and forth in her room. Finally, she drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, as though she had decided on something. The scene dispersed quickly, leaving Klein even more confused since Maynard's death looked like Madame Sharon had volunteered to do it without anyone's instigation. That's weird. Klein muttered to himself and used another few divination statements. But the answers were no different. Seeing that Madame Sharon was growing transparent and illusory, signifying that she was going to disappear soon, Klein thought and made final contact with the dead spirit. Sequence Potion Formula of the Demonis Pathway. Sequence Potion Formula of the Demonis Pathway. Klein recited the new divination statement. With the aid of cogitation, he got into his dream very quickly. At first, he didn't want to do the divination because he felt that the Demonis Pathway only spread disaster and created pain. Even if he obtained a corresponding potion formula, he was unwilling to sell it to anyone and indirectly become a murderer. Then, he recalled another matter from before. With his understanding of the spectator potion, he had been able to suspect and verify that Daxter Guderian was a member of the psychology alchemists. So, in order to better fight against the demonesses in the future, he to learn more of the traits of their sequence pathway. Yes, after Hudujin's death, Daxter Guderian has yet to contact me. I'm guessing the psychology alchemist sent some stronger members for an investigation, and he hasn't dared to make any moves. As Klein's thoughts flashed, he saw the dark hall again. He saw the woman in the holy white robe again. Madame Sharon hung her head low, and she could only see the other woman's legs, a pair of flawless legs. Soon, she heard a melodious voice. Pleasure, that is the name of the Sequence 6 potion, the goal that you are about to advance to. If you succeed, you'll be a demoness of pleasure. When pleasure is irresistible and impossible to break away from, it's a form of agony. This is also a maxim that you have to live by. As long as you complete your advancement, besides the enhancement of your various abilities as a witch, you'll also become more beautiful, making you better at seduction and providing unforgettable pleasure to the same or opposite sex during lovemaking. You'll be able to make strange threads like a spider and utilize them. Immediately following that, an ancient silver book appeared before Madame Sharon. After it was opened, there was the formula and ingredients placed separately. Main ingredients: a pair of succubus eyes, an adult black widow spider silk gland. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of black Jimson weed juice, the complete remnants of a succubus's hair, 10 grams of Phanepotter fly powder, and 5 grams of real mummy ashes. The scene changed again. It was the same hall, the same long white robe, and the same woman with indistinguishable features. But now, the difference was that Madame Sharon had returned to her original state. She was now the young man in the picture from before. A melodious female voice reverberated in his ears. This is the name of the Sequence 7 potion, I'm sure you're surprised. Yes, I still can't believe it's called witch. Madame Sharon said in a rather agitated manner. Remember, if we want to get closer to the primordial, we have to be more and more like her. She's a woman, so we have to be women too, the melodious female voice replied. Either you give up or you accept. After you become a witch, you'll become a true woman, and your appearance and charm will be enhanced substantially. You'll have the ability to turn invisible and use substitutes. You'll gain a rudimentary mastery of various dark magic, you'll be skilled at disrupting the divination of others, and you'll also gain the favor of the Black Flame and Icy Frost. The main ingredients are every drop of an abyss demonic fish's blood and an agate peacock's egg. The supplementary ingredients are 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of Jimson weed juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, and 10 drops of daffodil juice. Scenes continued to play, one after another, and Klein saw the instigator and assassin formula and understood their corresponding traits. Just as he wanted to continue the divination, Madame Sharon's spirit dispersed completely. Klein stopped the ritual and returned to reality. He packed up the ingredients, removed the wall of spirituality, and told Dunn Smith about the outcome of his mediumship without holding back any information. Then, he expressed his suspicions on Madame Sharon's murder of Maynard. Pleasure doesn't require her to kill anyone of a higher rank or position in society. We need to investigate where Madame Sharon has been over the past few years and understand her origins. We need to look for the dark hall that you saw. Of course, this will need to be reported to the Holy Cathedral, and they can assign investigators accordingly. We can't leave Tingen as we wish. Dunn nodded slightly and looked around. He said, "Go to the first floor, check if those servants are still in deep sleep. If anyone is awake, bring them over and make them sign a confidentiality contract as per protocol. I'll be in charge of the second floor." He found a black cloth and covered the sealed artifact 3-0271. Upon hearing that, Klein suddenly understood why the intense battle hadn't brought the servants over. The captain had sent them into a deep sleep from the very beginning. Klein's body was still cold and stiff. He had to slow down and move forward in very, very light steps. Read the latest stories on novelbin.com. When he passed the bedroom door, he extended his hand and pulled out the 2 tarot cards at the door. He wiped them and put them back into his pocket. After he left the room, he walked towards the stairway. After taking a few steps, he suddenly thought of a question: how would he make sure that the person was in a deep sleep? Check with divination one by one? That'd be troublesome. The captain is a nightmare, he should be an expert in this. I'll have to ask him if he has any fast and simple methods. With this in mind, Klein turned around, walked towards the bedroom door, step by step, as he fought against the cold and stiffness in his body. Before he came close, he looked through the ajar door and saw the shattered pieces of the angled full-body mirror. There were still large shards of the mirror clinging to the frame, all the size of a palm. In the cracked mirror, Dunn Smith, in his black windbreaker, was kneeling beside Kenley's dead body, doing something. Suddenly, he lifted his head. His grey eyes were deep, and the corners of his lips were tainted with crimson blood. Crimson blood. Without thinking, Klein turned around, left the side of the door, and leaned his back against the wall.